Hey, what's up, guys? Okay, so I got a little upgrade. Got the green screen going. I really haven't stress tested this thing. I don't know if at some point I will also be green screened out. Just don't know. Did my best to set it up. Yeah, right. Like it doesn't look bad. I get to be bigger on screen. I don't like this thing. This like hard line here. That's kind of weird. But I don't think there's anything I can really do about that. On the other screens, it looks okay. So if we do like that layout, looks okay, right? Because just put a little line there, or that layout. That looks awesome. It just looks like I'm connected to the window. Yes, trying to increase the stream quality. Just flip the video. Well, we could do that. Yeah, but do we want to? That's definitely not a bad idea. I could also just move the mic to the left, right? To the left, right. Um, yeah. So anyway, that was my surprise for today that we got the little stream upgrade update. I wish I knew more things that I could do. Like I think getting the lights was a big thing. Getting some of the audio on the mic sounding better, I think, is my next thing to tackle because I don't know if it's the room that I need to like sort of put sound foam, whatever that stuff's called, on. And I don't know if maybe I should just invest in a better preamp because I have like the cheapest preamp possible. Uh, I was looking at this one called like is it Universal Audio or something like that, and that was awesome. It looked awesome, so I might update to that. Yeah, I mean I've got everything Noah for the mic that it needs. I have a cloud lifter. I'm running into a USB interface, but right now my gain is like at 75% on the cloud interface or on the interface, and that's pretty hot. Like it's picking up it's adding its own hiss. And so I think the next step is just to get a bossier interface in. And I don't know which one that is, but that Universal Audio one looked really good. It's like highly recommended. It's also really pricey. So I don't know if there's something like a little underneath that I can get. Maybe one that's not as fancy. Because that thing is like the Rolls Royce. Like you hook it up and then you have a software interface and you can add amps to it. So like you can say, I really like this one amp from the 1960s or 70s or whatever, and you plug it into the software interface and it does something to mimic it, but it's also very simple to use. So there's that too, there's not like an audio meter you have to figure out or whatever. I think ultimately I'm going to have to get somebody like a sound engineer because I've talked to those guys, and I might just have to pay one of them and say like, okay, how do we make my voice sound better? How do I, kind of make it so there's not as much background noise, because I don't think my voice has it's missing a lot of presence. And when I did have a sound guy look at it, that's the first thing he said. He said like, look, you got a good mic, but your voice is definitely like flattening out. There's not a ton you can do about that without having somebody tune it in for you. So use a Yamaha MG10XU. I'm going to look that up real quick before we get started. Yamaha MG10XU. I don't need that thing on my desk. That's for sure. 10 input mixer. Whew. What are you doing with this thing? I think this is what this is the definition of overkill. This thing is taking, like, what am I going to do with this? I have one thing to stick on it, and then the rest of it is just empty. unless we do something where we start getting like a multiple mics involved, which I guess you could do. I think the dream is to make it so the mic's not on screen, right? Like that. This is, I don't know what exactly you have to do that, but like if I take it off screen, whoa, and I point it at me and I start talking, it's not very loud. So I know you got to be dang close to these things. You have to be like almost this close. If you ever watch Joe Rogan's podcast, he always yells at people. He's like, get it right in your face. So I would like to be separated from it. And I think if, had a studio or something, like there's sort of a way to pull that off in a studio, because you can isolate a room and then you can just hang shotgun mics, and shotgun mics can be like 10 feet away or 5 feet away, no problem. But all that aside, I just wanted to have a talk briefly before we get started. I need your guys' help. You know, I need your help, like figuring out a couple things. I feel like I'm in a design funk, and I can't place my finger on it. But if I had to sort of give an idea of what it feels like, I feel like I'm hitting a design to check things off of a list versus hitting a design to solve a problem. So that's a bad place to be, because then you just stop thinking about things and you start just filling crap in, which you can do when you're developing. But I think when you're designing, you kind of do have to take the time to think of, like, does this make sense for the person using it? You always have to think about the user. And I feel like we're kind of moving through some stuff, and I don't think like we're moving through it too quickly or too slowly. I don't think it's a time thing. I think it's just like I can't find a groove for this. And I've been taking some time to kind of figure out what to do about that today. Like, I wrote a bunch of notes to maybe help me out. I started looking at other interfaces, like desktop interfaces, to see if there was patterns that I was missing or something like that. And I think I know how to solve this, but I can't solve it that way. My ideal solution would be to change sort of the format of the streaming. And that's going to be, I don't think there's a technically good way to do it, but it would be to sit somebody next to me, call it, like a junior or mid-level or even a senior level person. And this just becomes like a pair thing. Like I always develop and design with a pair, and you kind of say to that person, like, okay, your job is to be the knowledge repository for this whole project, and keep in mind the big picture, and make sure that I'm allowed to have tunnel vision and kind of like dive into things. But when I'm doing something wrong or I'm missing something, like, it would sort of be their job to keep me on track. That's like your classic pair, programming, pair design setup. I don't know how to do that. Like, I really don't, because I would need somebody who could show up every day whenever the stream starts, and then stick around until it's over. And that would be a job for somebody, I guess. But I don't know how to pull that off any other way. I don't know, like, what we could do to get through that. But I just feel like the past, I don't know, 3-4 streams, I haven't felt like I've designed stuff that looks great. I feel like I'm designing stuff that looks okay. And for what we're working on, this is like a totally new thing for me. We have this situation where essentially, like, the best analogy I can come up with, I'm going to go to 2 screens. The best analogy I can come up with is like we're sort of designing a car. And imagine if, like, you're working on a car. You have a client that says, I need you to design a car. Here's the thing, though. The engine, the wheels, the drivetrain, all those like technical things that makes the car a car, that's all done for you. So what I need you to design is the shell that goes on top of it, the seats, the interior, the way it looks, as it's on the inside or the outside, and the little gadgets that will help control things like the gearbox and turn signals and things like that. So you look at that and you say, well, that's a pretty standard kind of job. But then they add one more thing to it. They say, but this car, this basic, functional car, everyone else, all the other car manufacturers have access to this car. So we need to differentiate. Like, they're going to have the same horsepower, same technical capabilities, etc. Everything relies on the design. Everything. The only way to market differentiate is these outer pieces. So that's how I feel about this project. That this is like, we are taking a code base that's MIT'd, that is definitely going to have at least one competitor using something similar, and could easily spawn other competitors. Like, somebody else could see what we're doing, say, oh, I could do that better, and like stand up an interface that makes more sense. We're competing also against the person who's just like, well, screw it, I'll just put a lawn seat in the car, and like, I'll just, to have a car that works, because people could just use this tool on the command line, right? And I kind of feel like, I don't know if it's not pressure. It's like trying to get that solved correctly becomes the paramount piece of this. So if I were not streaming, if this was like, if I had no stream and I was approached with this, a client, came to me and said, okay, I want you to define, design, and maybe develop, but we said define and design a system to interact with this CLI. I would likely quote this out huge. I would likely say like, okay, this is going to be a master class in designing. And to pull that off, I need 3 people. I need one person on the creative, I need one person on the art, and I need one person on the experience. So just as a design thing, I could easily spend months if this were client work, and I could justify months of time to get this figured out. So we're forced to not, well, we're not forced, but we're not doing it that way. We're doing it like as this first part of a bigger project. And yeah, for me, that's hard. And I wouldn't say I'm scared, but I get, sometimes you get into a project and you say like, I feel like I'm in over my head. And it sort of feels like that. It feels like I could hit the eject button. Like I could just be like, boop. And I don't know if that eject button means like reformatting the way that we do this and hiring like those 3 people, or at least 2 of the 3. And just saying like, all right, let's see what they come up with. And then just focus on the other piece, which is the integration. So that's how I'm feeling. And I think it's definitely making the streams not as good. It makes the content not as good, right? Return to dust. Yes. This is why people hire it out. It's because like it's such a context switch. And you really do, I genuinely do think that you need a couple of people with design because you need to have the conversations happen. You got to have somebody who's like very much tunneled into like these micro elements. And you have to have somebody backed out sort of saying like, well, this is a panel and on this panel, this will happen. And that's like a full-time thing to just figure out, like, if we look at our design here, just to figure out like this list right here. And then what sits inside of each one of these list items, that could take weeks because you're just, it's multiple people's jobs to figure this piece out and then to come in and do this piece all in the same day. It makes it so like you're going to rush one of the 2 things, or you're going to like miss something in one of the 2 places if you're doing it all yourself. And Return to Dust, he said there's too much burnout when you do it that way. And I think that's what it boils down to, is that it's like so much context switching. You end up burning out that part of your brain that can do that. Because like they've done studies and they sort of say like, when a car shifts gears from like reverse to drive, that like it, there's like a mechanism that does that. And the what would that be? The transmission, like to go from reverse to drive, if you were to go and do that just in one slick action, it might ruin the car, right? It might just like strip the transmission out. And so they've got like your brain does a similar thing when you move from one type of task to another type of task. You end up burning a little bit of something in your brain. There's something, it's probably like a very tangible thing in there, a chemical, or it's like something gets depleted. And you only have so much of that stuff in a given day. And like you've got to go to sleep to get it back, right? I don't know what I'm talking about, by the way. I'm not. I'm trying to keep this as like non-specific as possible, but you get it, right? Like that is a context switch. Context switches are what kill productivity. It's what kills creativity. I think looking at something like this, like if you're familiar with development and you are a developer, the easy analogy would be like these separate parts of the design process are really almost like, imagine doing front end and back end and data modeling all in one day. So like front end and back end, different mindsets. Imagine like getting animation into a design, like interactive animation, and then switching back to like working on an API. So it's like a big context switch. Yes, it's all within like the spectrum of what a developer would work on, but these are drastically different things. Same thing in the design. So in the designs, like UX is drastically different than user interface design. And micro interactions in a design, like little things like what happens when I type this in and click this button, are drastically different than layout design. So like there's these pieces that, I mean, we move through like 3, 4, 5 of these different things in a day. And I don't think I'm getting burned out, but I think it's starting to happen. It's definitely starting. Like I get done with the stream and I feel exhausted. I get done with my work for the day and I feel like I just don't feel good. I feel like I don't want to think about that anymore. And I think it's because we're jumping around a lot. And anyways, I know I'm not like the best designer in the world. I would say like I'm probably in like the top 25%, maybe skill wise. And I need this to be like very good. I need it to be like the quality of the top 1%. And I think one of the ways you get there, you can combine like 3 people that are in the top 25%. And unlike development, like where 3 people are going to slow your project down, 3 people sectioned out, talking to each other with design produces a better outcome. Whereas you might not get that with development, right? So I don't know what to do. If you guys have any ideas, I would really love to know what to do. Like I would love to know if you guys have anything that I'm not thinking of. Again, my only thought is to hire 3 people or 2 people. I can crank through this. I totally can. But it's almost to the point now where I might have to do a staggered schedule. I might, because I don't think ramming yourself into this is the right way to do it. I'm genuinely thinking like, okay, 1 day on, 1 day off, and make that be the design schedule. I'm hoping we just get done with design today, mind you. But that's sort of where my head is. Like just do it 1 day, take the next day off, hit it the day after that. Yeah, I don't know. So all that said, let me, how do I make a clap mark here? I have a button. I got this new stream thing too. Bonk. Did that do a thing? Did that do anything? No, it didn't do anything. Thank you. Thank you for putting the marker in. I have a stream deck too, so I just got to get that figured out. Yeah, I think, dang it, we're going to need another marker in a minute. I think just to like address those 2 things, like, Lycan, you have it right. I think that just saying like, we're going to do this 1 time now and then 1 time later, and we'll do it now. And then we'll just sort of like edge out. What we need to do now is make sure we have everything represented, that we have the entirety of what we think will happen in the app represented. Later, once we develop it all, we'll move it around, and we'll probably have to go back and do this exercise again. It's going to slow things down. I don't have that planned, but that's probably the best way to do it. MVP it, don't release it, or just release it privately and then do it again. And I don't think it's going to be like drastically rebuilding this. It's just going to be moving stuff around. So, okay, 1 more marker. So welcome to, this is like day 7 of MAGA, Make Applications Great Again. We're working on desktop UI for a PaaS, which is Platform as a Service, where we're going to be allowing users to connect their code to things like AWS without all the headache. So we'll create local environments spin up. They feel just like an AWS thing. And then those local environments bundle up and shoot off to like a cloud manager like AWS or DigitalOcean or Linode. And then from there, we scale them. So right now we're working on the scale them part. We've got most of the designs nailed out. This is just a little view of that. We should just jump into the stuff we did yesterday. So we're pretty far through the designs. We're working on information design for the thing that shows you what a deployment would look like. And we got through yesterday a setup section for deployments that lets you sort of set the provider, which is, your cloud provider, and then select an instance type, which is sort of like, if I'm sending a box over there for the first time, this is the one I want the first box to look like. We put in some build and deploy hook stuff, which could probably be up a little bit better looking, but that's easy peasy to change in code. I think it looks fine for our purposes. And then we got into the Mac Daddy. We got into the thing that's the hardest, which is data visualization. So these servers, they go and they live on AWS, but we have to tell them, or whoever, we have to tell them how to get there and what they're supposed to look like when they're there. And also we need to be able to report back what's happening with them, because you do not want to be terminaling into, what is this, like 8, 9, 10 different boxes and asking like, how's the CPU doing, bro? You don't want to do that. We're better than that. So we can build an interface that's going to show these things, but we're kind of facing a lot of challenges as we build the interface. So we've got the top part of it, which is sort of like a control system to move these guys, like move your code base up there. So you would have already defined what this is going to look like over here from a rough perspective. You would just have defined the components that are going to go over there. You would slide this Star Wars Rebel symbol over, and once it hits this thing, your code is going to get into a little bundle and then make its way onto AWS or whatever. And then, what do you call it? And then once it gets there, it'll unbundle and do its thing. Sorry, I just got thrown off by a chat message. Thanks, Miwakala. I'll answer that in a second. So once it gets over there, I'll unbundle, and then you're going to have to show all these stats on all these different components. Now, yesterday we were kind of like bumbling through this because that's sort of my fault. I didn't do my research yesterday. And before I get into that, I'll just address that. Miwakala. So we have launched products on stream. We've launched Bug Plug. We redid a marketing site for that thing. If you're specifically wondering about the product we were working on called Badger, Badger is in a launch state. So without getting into a whole lot of details about what happened with this thing, I'm very questionable about the monetization with Badger, and I don't want it to become expensive. And but it's ready to go. So like it needed to have something wired into it that was like 2 or 3 days left of work, and I just never finalized it because I had some personal stuff happen that was like life-changing personal stuff. It's still there. You can still use the beta. So if you want to use it, just go use it. Just go mess around with it. If you want to see that thing launched, I think what's going to happen is we're going to finish this thing and get it into a usable state and then hit Badger. Because we really have everything done for it. We have a marketing page. We have the secondary pieces of it that support that page. We have like the deployment scheduling. We have the components instances all broken up so it can scale if it needs to. But yeah, it's kind of a tough thing to talk about, man. Like you're fine. That's not a rude question. I totally agree. It's kind of crappy because like I feel that way too. I feel like when I don't have something that I finished up on and launched, I don't feel good about it. It's just a constant nag in the back of my mind. But if I had to evaluate spending time launching Badger I did. We evaluated spending time launching Badger before working on MAGA and after. And my fear is that we would have to rewrite a lot of crap for Badger just to deploy it, because the deployment platform we were looking at using was Nanobox, which is going away. So we kind of have to create MAGA to launch Badger, because if Nanobox is gone, we'll lose control over this whole project. And we'll have to just like be managing these boxes on our own and not see intelligence into them and all that. So I hope that answered your question. Like, it's tough though. Like, you got to understand I'm a single person. And so I don't have anybody moving me forward except for me. And I don't want to be mired down in projects forever. Like, I don't want to be working on a project for 600 days, right? I'm built. Like my mindset and my build is usually like, I need to get something launched in 90 days, 90 calendar days, or I don't feel good. I feel like I get too bogged into it. So the hope is to always work on projects of that scale, of that size. Badger got bigger than we thought it was going to get. Because if I get to that point where I'm like a year in on one project, I better have other people working on it at that point. It's a lot. It's too much for one person. Yeah. So, okay. What are you saying, Zion? You're trying to learn Node.js, Zion, and you feel like you still don't understand anything. Should you give up on it and tell them you can work on something easier? Should stick to it? Stick to it. You're always so any language that you work with is going to feel weird at first. It's going to almost be like not fun at first, but then you'll start to get some of the stuff committed to memory and it'll become easy to work with and fun to work with. So what I would recommend is like with any of this stuff, you need to follow it through. So it doesn't matter what language you pick, as long as it's not like something archaic that nobody uses, but you need to follow it through to like really mastering out one language. Because once you do that one time, the next time it becomes easier. Okay. And like, don't worry too much about asking for help. Like you'll be the person providing it someday. But it does take time, and it takes a lot more time than you would think. Like I think to get to your initial mastery of any language, for the first time, that first time you get into it, it could take years, 3, 4, 5, 6 years before you're pretty comfortable and you've kind of like seen some problems and solved some problems on your own and all that. But don't like get too freaked out by that. That's just what it is. It takes time. Like, but with anything you get better, and like, don't expect to be, like, I don't know, like a very proficient person at anything unless you put the time in. There's nothing like that people get paid a lot of money for, that doesn't take, some training and all that. And you've picked something that takes an inordinate amount of time. Okay. So viable client member, will our pass allow moving a database to another host? Just a database? Yeah. But it would have to be on the same. So yes, we'll be able to move like a database out of a single instance or a host box into another host box, but it's going to have to be on the same hosting. So you're going to have like an AWS main host originally, but the database is inside of this main host box. And then we'll be able to take that database out of that host that's sharing resources with other things and stick it into another EC2 or whatever. It's totally doable. That's sort of the point of it, is it makes things like that trivial. Now we're not going to be able to move it over to like from AWS to Linode, because that's just a cluster of problems. You could move your entire project over to Linode, but it will require you to like nuke anything that's already existing or come up with your own migration plans, because like that's just a mess. I don't really want to figure out how to do that. Okay, so looking at these notes, this is where we got into the crap, was right here. So I kind of walked into this not really knowing what the setup was for these boxes and like how the lingo was set up, and that really hurt me, because I just was sort of blindly walking into this, and this is something I definitely should have figured out beforehand. So what I kind of figured out, this is going through documentation, going through some of the code base, is that you have these two distinct types of boxes that you'll be able to spin up. You'll have a host box, which is just sort of see that as a monolithic platform server box. The components live inside of a host. And there can be multiple host boxes like in any given project, but these components living inside the host box may not always be there. So it can have components that can't have components. You can have something that just contains your platform. These host boxes only scale up vertically, so you only can make that like a bigger host box. And this is where it gets complicated. When you move a component out of a host box, you get an option to move it into its own host box. So this is complicated, or into something called a cluster box. Cluster boxes they're like containers for multiple host instance boxes. So in this scenario, a cluster box, you could have 30 of something. 30 of these host instance boxes. Each one of these host instance boxes can have a component box inside of it. So they can have multiple components inside of them. So this is your classic horizontal scaling thing. So if you're horizontally scaling, you want to be able to vertically and horizontally scale, cluster boxes are the thing. If not, host boxes. You could have 3 or 4, 5, 10, whatever of those. They all talk to each other. So the types of scaling, again, are horizontal clusters. So that creates one of these cluster boxes, which is a single component box. So if you have like a Ruby stack, you can break out like a worker and say, make a horizontal cluster of those workers. You can specify what type of box they need to be, and you can specify how many of them that you want. Eventually, I think like auto scaling makes a lot of sense. This doesn't apply to everything, mind you. This only applies to, web and worker components. Data components, for now, I have to go back through the documentation, but they're only available on these host boxes. So you can make a redundancy of the data, but you can't make anything that's distributed with the data types. And those can only scale vertically. You can only make them bigger. So you can move any given component into a horizontal cluster or into a host box. And when you move an existing component, you can move it into a new host. So you spin up another EC2. And I say EC2, but just imagine a box, right? Any box, any provider. Or you can say, hey, there's an existing host box, stick it inside of it. So it kind of makes for like some interesting form work that's going to happen there. And for the horizontal scaling, there's not really any specific rules. For single servers, for these host boxes, scaling can only occur vertically. Components cannot be scaled individually. There's zero redundancy, and components share resources. So you have one box with 5 things on it. They're all sharing CPU and RAM and disk and all that stuff. Because just imagine, it's just a VM holding your stuff, or it could be a dedicated box. That's the idea there. Now, if we go back up, so that figured out lets us understand how it's going to look here a little bit better. That you really don't have too much child-parent relationship stuff. But whenever you do, so if you have a host box with components inside of it, the host box has a lot of statistics that the components might not have. So the host will have CPU and disk and RAM and bandwidth, etc. The components will probably only report on CPU and RAM. That's probably all that they'll be able to report on, because the disk is shared, the bandwidth is shared. It's going to be hard to like segregate that stuff in an interface. So as we kind of know these things, we get back to like where we stopped yesterday, which was getting the component display. And really this is component and box display, or host display and cluster display figured out. So these are all going to have, these 3 different types of things are all going to have different ways they show up in the interface, but it'll be like slightly different, not totally different. It'll just be like slight variations to how we do it. So we were working down through this part, which is the statistics, and trying to figure out how to get all of these things, these 6 items, graphed out, because these are timeline things and like you're going to need to see it over time. I don't even really think I've got a good handle on like what the window should be on the time. I don't know how often the pulse comes back. So the pulse is what would report these things. I guess we could tweak it, but you don't want like this thing pulsing out every second, because that's going to just, I imagine, throw a lot of load into the system that doesn't need to be there. So maybe we'll say, just to give us an idea, we'll say updates every minute. So we could get down to the grain of the minute, but that's the tightest we'll be able to report on. When I looked at how other companies solve this, companies that by and far were doing 24-hour windows. So other people that can provide these statistics do 24-hour windows with 24 updates. So you see just an hourly, red, yellow, green, or it's a graph that's really only updating once an hour. So it's just got 24 points on it. I think that's a little too slow, but I could be wrong. I mean, maybe every 15 minutes and you show back for the entire day or something. So that would be more. Yeah, 15 minutes sounds about right. So we'll say 15-minute will be our target. Because you just think practically, like you get a 15-minute like data point that's just sort of the average of the past 15 minutes or something. That's probably going to serve pretty well to show you like, oh yeah, like the servers, like it's creeping up load. It's, we're getting some spikes in the CPU. Yeah, I think that's about right now. I think on top of just the display of what the data is averaging out to, we should also show a max for the period, and probably like anything that has max next to it, it would be like max is it's a singular number plus the time it occurred. So we've got more stuff even to add into this. And I think we can do this sort of one of two ways. And the first way is we can really get this stuff graphed out and make it so like everything that we would want to show is taking place like in something about this big. The second way is that these become indicators with maybe that health indicator next to them. So if a max has hit 100%, if something's hit 100%, then indicate on it, and then the user will just hit the button, and then this will sort of do one of these guys, blip, and then like sort of just isolate that graph that you wanted to look at and give you the data. And I think that like that. So I think that could be pretty smart. So Lycan, you were asking, what about current and max? Okay. Probably not stupid. Probably not stupid, man. And yeah, maybe that is, what do you call it? Like maybe that is something that does occur every 15 seconds, like Chili Flash had brought up. So viable clan member, when you say there's companies out there that charge 4 to 5 digits for this kind of resolution, look, like we're not, I don't think we're standing up a web service for this. There's a goal here that we have that if we can achieve the goal, like we'll make this a lot easier to do stuff like that with. And the goal is that we don't have a web service doing anything for this. We don't have like a standalone web service. We may have the user just deploy their own web service. That's one option. That's only going to get data from their boxes, from their projects. Because why not? Why we should totally be able to do that. Like that doesn't seem like it's going to be hard to do at all. If this thing can deploy Facebook, it can deploy that stuff. The other option is just to relay it right into the front end of the app, right? So this thing is going to sit on a desktop somewhere and just have it like ping the server and say, what, give me the stuff. Give me the stuff I need to look for. Because the log vac that determines this stuff, the pulse, it's supposed to come with historical. It's supposed to come with like, you can grab just the exact moment, the latest thing, or you can grab like the last 24 hours or something like that. I think. Now this is an I think. I haven't dug into it. So we could offer current and 15-second windows. If it takes an update every 15 seconds, so I think that the data display should have a graph that represents like 24 hours with 15-minute resolution. So, okay, so if we think, what do we have to jam into this thing? We need to jam in a current plus a max, and the max can be max could be an indicator plus a graph. Okay, current max graph. Oof. Okay. This might get to be a lot of stuff on the screen. Let me pull this bad boy down. Let's get some working room. And you don't want to make this like too big, but you also don't want to make it too crowded. So this is the 6 things that we have to figure out. I had set up a grid for this to kind of give us some indication of where things could go. Graphs usually need to have an axis, or else they start looking weird. You can try floating it too, but usually they look weird. Maybe it just needs the bottom axis. We'll try on that one. Okay, I need a way to generate out a line graph. Let's try no line graph to start with. I would love to see, because line graphs require stuff, right? If we're going to stick a line graph in a front end, we're going to need to boot up some library to do that. Or what we could do is just use indicator peaks, make it a tightened bar graph, and maybe make it like there's 2 pixels per peak. So let me start with this. I'm going to turn off the pixel preview just while I work on this. I think it'll still lock up. Yeah, it still locks up. So let's say we have this, maybe goes up that tall. And then we need to repeat it right across this thing. So we need 100 of these. Let me just lock this up. Okay. And then what if we take this and we'll make it a color? Then we'll knock that color way down. Okay. Now I'm going to simulate some differencing happening on this. Was it transform each? So this will let me randomize the values. Set it to 0 vertical. Go random. There we go. What's wrong with using a graph? There's nothing wrong with using a graph library. Nothing at all. If I can do it without one, I'd prefer that. Okay, I'm going to just draw some of these real quick. Is there an easier way to do this? Like a cap that I could color? Oh, that's off grid anyways. Dang. I got to align these all up to the pixel grid. So my thought is to make these sort of like, let me just back out. Take a look. My thought is to make them more indications, and yeah, we'll need to change the color, but instead of getting into like too much with this, like just make it simpler if we can. these. Let me make this a big group. Oh, we grouped the stupid words in there too. So now we could just do like a line graph, right? Yeah, I just think that these are easy. Like they're real easy to generate. These could all be divs. Don't have to draw anything. Are we really playing this game? These are just all gonna have their own transparency instead of, oh, come on. I gotta redo it. Because it's gonna play this game with me, unless I can just set it all to 100. Nope. That only takes 2 seconds. Let's just redo it. How is using a graph library overkill? Well, it's not. I wouldn't call it super over. I think that like it's sometimes can be limiting, and I think you can run into things like we're gonna have on this one screen for a 10 instance hosting scenario. Sorry, we'll have 60 graphs. So we would just hope that whatever we're using can handle that. But if we have, a bunch of divs that are just sized a certain way based on style props, I don't worry about that's not too much to put on a screen. They're not like animating or anything like that. So I think like the simpler we can do it, the better. And it's almost like you don't want to be tempted by going too crazy in these. Gotta stop the temptations. Because really, if we go too nuts with them, like they will be resource hogs. If we make these all like animating SVGs, that at that scale, at 600 graphs or 60 graphs, I'm sorry, on one screen, like at that scale, you're definitely going to have SVG is going to freak out a little bit. All right, let's take a look. Maybe. I wonder if these could just be white. Because if they're white, we might be able to add some color in. Maybe. Question mark. We probably want to move the label underneath it. And so if we move the label underneath, now we have room. We have room to define it like a min and a max and a current and all that. Or a max and a current, sorry. Okay, let me just see. We will need to render this kind of like how we would envision it. This is going to be a pain. Okay, let me just do this. This is going to take a little while. Somebody ask a question so I can answer it while I do the tedious work of adding 1 pixel blocks to the top of every single one of these things. There's no easier way. And in reality, you wouldn't see this much movement inside of one of these graphs, right? So this is probably not the best example to show for a design. Because in reality, it's probably going to be much blockier. Maybe we'll do another one of these that's much blockier. That's like more like you just see planes sort of moving up over time or moving down, maybe with 1 or 2 spikes. Noah, you asked when I do use a library, how important is it to you to really understand how that library works and what it does? Depends, but usually like super important. Like when I use libraries, I will sometimes, if it's something small, so if it's something very, very small that just does a single thing, I'll just dunk it right in. So if it's like, oh, all this does is tells you what day of the week a certain date could be. So if you feed it a date, it'll tell you the day of the week, which is built into native JavaScript. But let's just say it wasn't. That would be a scenario where I just say, just dunk it in. Like, what's the risk? If I'm using something bigger that like I'm building an app on, or if it's replacing like code that I know is sort of mission critical, I will dive in. I'll go like deep into. The first thing I usually do is check the issues out and make sure there's not like something in there that sounds exactly like what I want to do with it, causing an issue. And then I'll go through the documentation, make sure it's easy to write it, make sure that the code base isn't total garbage, make sure that it's easy to kind of talk to it and all that, and then make a decision. The unfortunate thing is that I think a lot of libraries, well, in some spaces, like the amount of libraries you have to choose from is very small, and the amount of cost that it would be to roll your own thing is very high. So when we were working on Bugplug, Bugplug had this need for an image rendering engine to take a website that it only had access to through an iframe, and then snip a shot of that website as it looked, snip a screenshot, and then take that and send it over to a file system to display somewhere. I think it went to Trello, right? And unfortunately, there's nothing good that does that, at least at the time we were looking. And it was kind of one of those things where it's like, well, there's 2 libraries that do it. Let's use like the one that's been updated in the past 3 years, because we don't really have any other choice. The other option is to roll our own image processor that's going to just be like, it'll take a 20-day project for an entire app and turn it into like another month, to get one of those things cross-browser and all that, and all the test casing and all that. So that's a scenario where we just sort of plugged it in and went and just crossed our fingers, hope for the best. And it ended up not working very well. It ended up being like we had to build an extension, a Chrome extension, to capture screenshots. And then on the way to build it, there's like specs coming out for the browsers that say it's going to do it anyways. It's like eventually the browsers are going to have the ability to snap a screenshot from the client without an extension. That's a thing. It's in the it's in some of the specs. So yeah, that was just that particular one sucks, because I feel like we would have had a great product if we could get the image consistency stuff down. But it's also like, well, do you want to spend all this time building your own thing just to have it replaced by a browser function like a week later? And so forth. That's not like a bad way to look at it, right? But I think issue count or something like that is just as good, or star count. That's not a bad way to look at it and just say, look, if a lot of people are using this, there's probably a lot of questions that have been answered on Stack Overflow. There's probably people who have forked it and fixed things if it's inactive, It's a hard question though. I had started writing a lot about that once, about like build versus buy, because I think the bigger your company is, the more impetus, is that the right word? The more incentive that you'll have to buy a thing, a prepackaged thing, because like you can buy very expensive things. But what you should be doing is weighing that against the build. Always. You should be like, yes, we have the money to buy, but we also have the resources to build, and it's easier to maintain. It's your own thing, and it's proprietary, and blah, blah, blah. Makes it harder to replicate. Yeah, man. It's an endless topic, right? It's like an endless, should we do? And that's, how many meetings do you have a month that bring up build versus buy? I would love to know. I would imagine at least one. You have at least one of those meetings. Yeah. Because the problem with building it, well, there's benefits. When you build something, you can do whatever you want with it. It's your thing. It's proprietary. You don't have to worry about a code base getting nuked, or like a company coming in and like taking over a repo and building it in their own way, you know, happens. Ooh. I don't know about the rest of this, but that's a cool looking chart, I think. We got to give it some space, but that's a pretty nifty looking guy right there. The chance of like a library turning into vapor is pretty high too. And it might not, like, in terms of like, will it happen in a project's lifetime? Probably not. But like in a company's lifetime, probably. I would imagine that people have done studies on that crap and said like, yep, this is how many times like code bases that we've depended on have disappeared. Imagine being a company that like built up on something that like Flash, and it's just gone now, right? Or Silverlight, which was like Flash's stupid other thing. I don't want to get too crazy with this, but I do want to see what it's going to look like. Let me pull this guy up. Something about this bottom part. Everything else was going good. Then this bottom part came in. The axis for it. And what's weird about it, what I'm reading is weird, is these white guys going all the way to the bottom. Those peak markers. And the peak markers, they're not like necessary, right? So I wonder if you color code it. So that just looks weird. So it's what? It's black or it's white? Black looks weird. Blue. Could be blue. Let me just figure out this terminating axis. Try blue. Double blue? No, it's going to have to be white or black. Maybe it should be like very, very white. I don't know. Something about that's funky. I'm telling you guys, I'm in a design funk. I just can't get my my act together. All right, let's find a axis for this side just so I can define it out here. All right, so where do you start worrying about your server? I would say about halfway through. If things are idling around 50, you start 50%. Or rather, if your services are like maintaining 50%, that's where I start to worry. I'm going to use lines for this because they're a little bit easier to manipulate. Oh, let's use an actual line. This is a rare Illustrator tool. Okay, we're gonna have to give this some weight, and we're gonna also have to take it off the pixel grid that it so desperately wants to stay on. So we're gonna put up a half pixel. Oh, let's grab the whole thing. And then we can apply a stroke of 1 pixel. Okay, it stayed in place. Okay. So the reason I use lines is because we can manipulate the line a lot easier than you can manipulate a box. For most things in Illustrator, I just use rectangles, but okay. So there's one line, and then the other, where's the other peak? I would say like 90% through. Let's just make this. Maybe, yeah, somewhere around there. Now I have to wrestle these guys. So we're just going to try brights. Let's see what this does. Let's make these dashed lines because they're just grid line indicators. So we go 1 pixel dash, 2 pixel dash, 4 pixel gap. Try that. Oh, come on. There we go. And let me make them a little transparent. I'm gonna group it. Okay, let's change these to, let's try 4, 8. Yeah, it's a little better. All right, now we won't really know how this looks looking at it like this. So we smack it back into the pixel preview. Oh, it's just too busy. It's just so busy. It's not going to work. Would it help if these things were up in front? Let me try. Let's go to a solid line. Let's just see if the general idea of it even works. No, I think once you put a solid line in there, it gets to be fighting with those peaks. I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to try creating a different graph type next to it. Because I don't know if you need to show these peak indicator or these things some way or another. It could just be fine, I guess, to show how big the graph could be and then show those peaks happening around it. So let me just move that over because I kind of want to experiment with this. Let's take this. Instead of making it a axis indicator, we'll just make this the height, the potential height of the graph. That might be it. Yeah, you think that's getting where it needs to be, Noah? Because then you know how big it could be. You know if it's going up a little high to pay attention to it. Now I can do one more thing. I'm going to experiment with just one more thing. I want to see what would happen if we comboed two things together. So if we make the peak indicators, how many are in there? There's 100. So let's do a calc on this. So if we have 100 peak indicators, you have a 24-hour day, which has 1440 minutes divided by 100. I think that's every 14 minutes. So there's our 15-minute resolution that we wanted to get. So I don't think we want to change the number of peaks. Okay. Yeah, let's leave it alone then. So I was going to say we could double up the size of these guys. Like we could make them twice as wide or something. The other thing we could try. We have a copy of this? No. Let's make a copy of it. Is like what happens if the peak indicators get twice as big? So if we want to change all these at once, we just go to transform each. We don't mess with this thing. We turn off the random. We don't transform. What is this? Like you transform patterns. So we're transforming the object. We don't change the scale. There's a way to do this. Hold on. We say from the top. Oh no. Oh no, it's not going to work. I thought there was a trick for this. I am totally wrong. What we want to do is apply the scale, but not have it do whatever it's doing here. Come on. We just want to double it up. Oh, I know a real easy way to do this. This is the correct way to do it. Boop. Okay, now we got two things there. No big deal. Just take a quick look. Save it. So that compared to that might work a little better. Because now we might be able to go in and tack them with color. So since we have these lines here, let me turn on my guides. I don't know why they changed the rest of that. Hold on. Is it because they're backed into the white on the other one? It must be. Well, we're going to have to live with that. So let's just do it here first. We know how to redo that real quick. So if these were always maybe reporting back blue and then anything above that line there goes yellow. And anything above that line there goes red. Let's just see what happens. I don't think, like, again, I don't know if I try the indicators on the top first. And then what we might try is the pipes too, the bars. Let's make sure we have a decent yellow to work with. That's fine. I think that red's probably going to be okay. Let's try that one first. Yeah, just your CMYK red's probably fine. CMYK. Why are you in CMYK? What? That's what the swatch says, right? CMYK cyan. Yep. Great. Because we're displaying this on a printer. So why don't you just print out the statistics? I had once worked with a piece of software, no joke, that the way they build was just absolutely crazy. They build for every piece of paper you printed out of their software. So they would install a custom printer, a custom print driver, and every time you printed out of that machine, it was like $1.50. And that company, if I remember right, was Reynolds and Reynolds. And I'm sure they still do it that way. Or maybe it was ADT. It may have been ADT. Maybe ADT bought Reynolds. Absolutely crazy. It was just like stunningly like, what? You do what now? So like you just like, and you have to pay for the privilege to have the printer in the site that you were using it on. So it would be like on top of the printer costs, you had like a $15,000 one-time setup fee and a monthly fee, maintenance fee, $500 or something. And they'd sell this software to automotive dealerships. So if you're ever wondering why it costs so much to get a headlight changed at your automotive dealership, it's because they have to pay every time they print out, and they have to pay a monthly fee just to give you the receipt, just to let you know how much it's going to cost. Dumbest thing I ever saw. It looks like Christmas. Let's see. Let's try doubling it up. Maybe a little 4-pixel box. Okay. So option 1, option 2, option 3. I don't like option 1. I don't hate option 2. Like these two compared to each other, I don't hate that. There's option 3. Let's make some more. So these are the bar versions. Let's do a series where we're just gonna do get down. Let's try a line graph. We have a vote for option 2. Yeah, option 2 is the least elements of all. It's like the most minimal of all these. Okay, let me start a line graph off here. And we're going to give it the same 30 pixel height limitation. Whatever that ends up being. We're just starting with 30 pixels, about a ½ inch. I guess we could bump that up. We could go to a proper ½ inch, which is about 36. Thanks for the feedback, guys. So like resounding, you're thinking like option 2. Okay. Well, let's try this line chart too. Now, this is gonna be real hard for me to do. So you have to get these sort of like in the kind of area of what this would be. So what I'm gonna try to do is, let me stick this onto its own layer. And let me lock that layer. And then we'll draw here. Oh, this is just going to take so long. Who wants to talk about something? Come up with a story. Anybody? Ask me a question. It's question time. because this is going to take a good couple minutes. I think expanding it is the right way to go too. Like you leave them here, you tap one, off it goes. How long have I been designing for? Well, let me answer the Illustrator tutorial series. Not yet. Like that will happen. I guess we haven't really talked about this, but that'll happen. I guess let's just let the cat out of the bag. We've been uploading videos to YouTube because we're gonna become a content thing. Okay, like didn't really want to talk about it beforehand, but I think we could talk about it. So the Illustrator tutorials will come after we have an editor and producer, and we are looking. So if you know anybody, have them send me a resume. We'd like them to have experience doing this stuff, and we'd like them to be able to live here in Jacksonville. But we're gonna eventually do that kind of stuff. Probably, I would say like best case scenario stuff like that. Like tutorial series will probably be out in 2 months or a month. We have to establish what they would be. I would love to do a video that's just like use Illustrator for web design. Like you should try it out. You know, that'd probably be an early one in there. Why did that just draw in the center of that? Why would you draw in the center of a box? The dumbest. Go ahead and use Illustrator if you want, but you're going to be super frustrated. I think it's because it's trying to do a stroke. So we're going to have to force in like an area first. Do I like my job? Yes. It's not a job. But if you guys want, like, come up with some ideas. But again, like, I think once we get a producer, it'll be easier because we'll be able to get them to figure out like what people want to watch and help me structure the content. And then like 2 days a week, we're going to work on content that goes up on YouTube. Maybe 1 day a week we'll do that, just record a video, and then 3 days a week we'll try to stream. The idea is to do like, we want to have 7 videos a week ish, but I think we're going to have a lot more than that. So we're going to have like 3 streams. It'll get cut down into, geez, who knows how many things, you know. But part of a side note too, I wanted this all to be practical. I think that the biggest problem with YouTube is that there's nobody. There's like a few people, 1, 2, 3 people. There's really nobody just saying like, we're working on real stuff. This is real stuff. This isn't a tutorial. This isn't a sandbox. This isn't some like game that we're going to just like never, ever build outside of the tutorial that I found in a book. This is real stuff. And so it being real stuff, I think is like an advantage. I do think that we could do series stuff. Yeah, we got a green screen upgrading. I do think we could do some series where we're like kind of going through and saying like, okay, we're going to do like maybe like a marketing site would be like a great way to do CSS. I've thought a lot about too, taking on client work pro bono and doing like pro bono work where we say like, we'll build, you know, something for a nonprofit or something like that and just make it look crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah. So Nick, that's the idea. If any of you guys want to be a part of it, like Noah's all wired in. Noah knows what's going on. I've been chatting with him about it for, it's got to be a couple weeks now. But let's have that conversation in the Discord. Seriously. Like that's a great place to do it. I'm making this stuff for you guys, you know, so it's figuring out what you want. And I understand that a lot of you guys like the streams. We'll keep doing those, but I don't know. I kind of think it would be really fun to create a media company, and we're treating it like a business, and we're going to try it. We're going to try to really pull this off. I think we can. I don't know. Might be naive. I think we can. Somebody had asked another question. Let me answer something. I should have been talking and doing, but I wasn't. So we're gonna just pretend I was doing stuff. So if you want to know like how did I get started as a designer, that's a really good question. I've been designing now like and getting paid for it for 20 years. And when I started, I gotta make this transparent. When I started, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing. I've been doing this stuff like since I was a kid, you know, since I was like, I would get an assignment in school and there would be an option in some of the stuff to like make a graphic. and I would make a graphic. Like I remember like one of the first big projects I ever did when I was like in maybe like 6th grade. My dad had gotten me a copy of Photoshop for my birthday because I asked for it, and it became my thing. I made everything in there. I did like we had to do a report on like the Panama Canal, right? And I did that whole thing in Photoshop, and I printed it out, and I like made a little book, and just like made it the way I was going to do stuff. It was like my way of, you know, kind of becoming familiar with the tools, I guess. But I was just always fascinated by it. I always thought it was cool. And as time went on, you know, I started making money doing it. Like I would just make things whenever I could, little buttons, little banners, that kind of stuff. And then I hit an age where I was like maybe 18 or 19, and a friend of mine had a band, and the band was pretty well known. I play their intro song in the beginning of the stream. I play one of their songs from way back then. And I was working together with a couple of guys. We had decided it would be cool to have like a graphics company agency. And we got to take on my friend's band and make their graphics and website and all that stuff. And that's when, yeah, really launched off me making money doing what I do now. But what was interesting is halfway through it, like I never really separated out design and programming. I thought they were interconnected. I didn't know if there was like web designer, web developer, whatever. I just thought they were interconnected. I thought that like the computers were like a medium where if you knew how to develop, you could do some really cool stuff on that medium, like some really, really cool stuff. And that's, I learned how to do that too. And halfway into my kind of like figuring that stuff out, I found out that coding's a lot easier. It's a heck of a lot easier. I think that the technology stuff is simple compared to the design stuff. But that's just because you get a real answer out of the technology. You do something wrong with technology, it tells you. You do something wrong with design, there's no indication. It just is the way it is. People don't like it. They'll tell you it doesn't look good. They can't tell you why. Your web server doesn't work? Well, that's pretty easy to see. If it's slow, it's pretty easy to see. So as a career path, I focused on development after that. And I didn't love the fact that I had sort of like design interest, but not design talent, I guess, skill, talent. And when I was able to go to college, I went for design because I figured, look, you go for development and it's not going to be like that hard. You go for design, like you're going to learn stuff, and then, you know, like whatever, you could have learned it online. You could have like done a tutorial. But if you go for design, then that's the thing that I had trouble with. So I kind of skilled up as a designer in college, and now I just do both. And again, I prefer, like, if I had to make money doing this, I prefer using like both skill sets. But if I had to like be forced into one or the other, dude, dev jobs, so much easier. So much easier. Nick, not everybody can learn to be a good designer. Change your mind. I'll change your mind. Yeah. If you're willing to put the time in, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Okay, so there's a line graph. That's an area line. So let's give this like a totally different way of doing this. Let's make it a line. And so this has got 1 second or 15-second resolution, 15-minute resolution. It looks like a mess. It looks like an absolute mess. So the only other thing I could do to this is I could curve it. I'm trying to think if there's an easy way to convert that to a curve. Because if not, we're going to have more story time. It's like go and adjust 100 points on this thing. Let's make this a different color too. That red is sort of a little too hot for this. Let's take a look and see how it looked rendered. Oh yeah, that's just too much. It's just too much going on. So line charts are out. Interesting. The bar chart like contained it. Yeah. Like same number of data points. Look at this. Same exact representation of data points, but look at the difference between these two things. I don't know if maybe we should try rounding this out a little bit. Like that. Yeah, it'll kill some of the peaking. Make it a little less transparent. Maybe try like the blue color. Bring it right down. Yeah, I like it. It looks like a heartbeat of a patient, right? Hey, Insomnolad. If that's a heartbeat, your patient's on the way out. That's right. Look at that thing. You would be pretty dead. you would need somebody to. That's when you get hit with the paddles. But if that's your web server, 9 times out of 10, you're probably doing okay. Like that's probably fine. That would be horrible, right? I wonder if that's something you could graph. Okay, just bear with me for a second. If you don't have that many resources attached to something and you see that sort of spiking, right? And it's all spiking out all over the place. Well, if it's in 15-minute intervals, really that's probably like some crazy weird service that's getting called. But you really would keep adding stuff to that, right? Like your objective would be just keep adding servers to that until it's more of a flat line, I would imagine. I wonder if that's how they get those, because there's like good auto scaling and there's bad auto scaling. I wonder if good auto scaling is just like the art of taking this and sort of turning it into this. So it still occurs. You can't prevent it from occurring, but now it's happening within the 50% window. I don't know. You landed your first job as a junior web front-end dev? Awesome. Congrats. That's a high five all around. Good for you, man. Stick with it. You'll end up liking it, I bet. Or hating it. I take that back. I think front end is like the funnest. That is the fun. It's like the least responsibility. Do whatever you want. What do you have to? Well, actually, nowadays they have taken the fun right out of it because some genius, Bob Knockout, developed like a front end freaking library that's acting as like the things the front end's not supposed to worry about. And we've got freaking Visual Code Studio cranking out node sites every day. Got weird, man. This is just, yeah, we're not going to be able to curve out something that looks like that. So if we want 15-minute resolution, and we do, line charts out. Because even if we tamed that, it's not going to look right. But again, I wonder if this is ever going to happen. Let's do... I mean, I don't think there's any point in, like, trying out... We could try that other one. Just do 2 of them, I guess. I just can't see that working. Are you telling me what it's called? I don't care what it's called. I really don't. You understood. I communicated the point. You understood what I was saying. I don't care. Visual Code Studio, I don't care. Visual Studio Code. What does it matter? Something I'm not going to use. That's all that is. Bar graph still looks better. That's what Lycan thinks. I think you're right, man. I don't think there's any way to salvage it. Like I was looking at a lot of different micro charting today, and that doesn't do anything to fix it. And really, like I didn't like the line versions. I think they look okay, but like they don't tend to look like this, mind you. They tend to look more like, just do like one of these, and then they take that. And then you take this and put cusping on everything. And that cusping rounds everything out. Just like that. And once you round everything out, it just is sort of, meandering path. That doesn't look too bad. When it's like that simple. So I think what a lot of the cloud providers do, the PaaS providers do, they average out the resolution like crazy. Like they just take like 5-hour, 4-hour averages and drop like 3 points on a graph and do this. And it looks good. But when you have this many things you want to plot, it's harder. Okay, is there anything else we could try? So we've got crazy line graph, crazy bar graph. We could do, I mean, the other thing is we could do an indication that just is like you have 100 of these boxes and then the boxes change color, but I don't think that'll look great. I don't think it'll read right more than look great. I think somebody's going to see this line going right across. They're not going to get that it's a series over time. So if we pull that back, let's save it. Let's go with this guy. That's the winner. It's the blue ribbon baby right there. The blue ribbon baby. What a this is the 1940s. So will you asked if I'll code it as well, or do I mostly just design things? I'll code this one. Usually I'm coding more than designing. So for every day we spend designing it, it'll probably be 4 or 5 days coding it. Okay. So if that's the winner, and that is the winner, because I'm calling it the winner, we need to add 2 more things to this, right? Take a look at our document. So thing number 1, we need to add a max. And thing number 2, well, the max has is a singular number plus has the time at which that max was reached. And then we also want to add something else, right? The current. So what is it currently at? What's it max at? Okay. And then we have the graph. So current, how do we indicate against these 2 things? It might just be the word max. I don't know if there's any other way to convey that to somebody. The current and the max. What was more important to me? What makes more sense right next to the graph? Probably the current. Okay, so we'll put that right next to the label. And then max we can stick over on the right, I guess. If I wanted to give myself something to do that would be really difficult, we would indicate the time occurred by highlighting or drawing to a node. Let's try this simple way first so that each item is a current and max. Let's do this. Okay. Also, I don't know if we're going to stick with Source Sans Pro for everything, so I might need to find a secondary font to work with. Found out that we can use Hofler Flair Jones fonts inside of this app for like $20 a month, which is not that expensive for the best fonts in the world. So Hofler Flair Jones, if you watch Twitch, give me a sponsorship. That's all I want, just free fonts. So we're going to try the code version of this, because I think it reads a little bit better when it gets bigger. Oh, Whisplish, thanks, man. Yeah, right? It's like, I'm very detail oriented. Yeah. Yep. I'm very slow. So I would call it slow. But that's just my process, man. I spend a lot, like you could take something that would reasonably take like 2 hours to make. When I used to do poster work, oh my God, like something that would reasonably take somebody like 2 hours, I'd be on that thing for like 20, just lighting everything up, getting everything right. But it served me well. So So there's that, you know, it ends up with like a good product on the outset. I'm very obsessive about design, and I'm very obsessive about micro design. Like on the web, that's like things occurring in a pixel space, in the 1 pixel space. That's why I use these grids, because you don't need much. You don't need much to make something look better. 1 pixel will do it most times. Okay, what am I trying? I'm trying to see. I'm missing the open type stuff. Where is it? Give me the open type. I'm trying to see if there's another version of this font. I've done drawing. Yeah, I do the same thing. So I have, I went to college for a BFA. I like 6 credits short of a BFA, but I did the whole thing, man. Fine arts. That's what I went to college for. So I had to draw. I had to paint. It's all part of it. I had to do 3-dimensional, not what you're thinking, design. There we go. So this menu right here is the open type menu for fonts. Fonts that are packaged in OTF have a lot of different options. Now, sometimes they don't do anything, but they have them. And what I'm looking to see is if we have more of a monospaced version of this. And they because there's not like ways to name some of these things, a lot of times you'll have a monospaced version, but it will be stuck under one of these buttons. I'm not seeing it. See, like these are where you can actually write things. So these are typographic alternatives. Nothing. Turning them on. And these come with fonts. So if you're using web fonts, you can use all this stuff. You have to declare it like per character, but you can use it. Is OTF or TTF the golden standard nowadays? I would say OTF without a doubt. Because OpenType brings in a lot of these things and it makes it easy to use. So instead of mapping it, sometimes in a glyph map, they'll do things like, I don't think this font has any of this stuff. No. So if you select it, it would show, like, let's get a font that I know has it. So it'll have these stylistic alternatives right there. Granted, it doesn't look like it's doing anything, but it's doing stuff. So you can use those. You type the letter U in CSS. You go and say, use the stylistic alternative for the letter U. And now you've got a different way to display it. It's really, really good for creating stuff that, like, the amount of people that actually go through and do that, I would say there's maybe 8 people in the entire world that go through and actually do that. So if you're like looking to take a font and make it look really unique without getting into a really weird display font, that's something you can do. And a lot of fonts have these alternative glyphs involved. They have like ligatures involved, so you can same font, yeah. So you can get these really cool, unique things that most people, like most web developers, don't know how to do this. I don't know where. There's a ligature here. Yeah, but I mean, that's the idea. So you take, this is the one I was working with this font. You can do like really interesting things with it. It might not be good things, but you can do these things, right? All right, so we're going to have to get, like, that current, I think, lives right here. I think this is the simplest one to do. I think it would read perfectly fine. So we'll say 88. What is going on with that 8? That's just taking a trip. That is taking a trip to the left. And that one's taking a trip to the right. It's like they're going on a date together. What in the world? Okay. Why would that happen? They look fine. I guess they just get rendered really weird. What? What? 8? How many? Oh, no, it straightens out after 2. So you get 2 of them funky, and then these 2, they go where they're supposed to go. But these 2, just the first. What is going on with that? What? They're kissing. They're about to kiss. That's bananas. All right. Well, we're going to live with that, whatever that is. Let's bring it down to medium. Let's see, metallic. Let's see what we can get away with for font size on this sucker. 10. It just starts going to the side. Okay, 9, it breaks up. 8 is gone. 7, it's gone. 12, it's looking good. Okay. Let's try that. Let's put a big dash here. And I can never remember which is which, but I think I need an M dash. I think that's it right there. We'll want to do that with a font rather than draw the line here. But in HTML, we'll do that with a pixel line. Why are there colored icons in this font? And why, of the limited number of colored icons that there are, is one of them the poop face? Why, these are colored fonts. You don't see these very often. What is going on with that thing? Yeah, Mr. Happy Poop Face. Why is that in the font? It's in the font. That's not like an icon. That is a fonticon. What is that world? Why is that there? So when we use this font, we'll always have the option just to jack one of those things right into the design. Perfect. Oh, man, we're going too far. I think that's a sign of the apocalypse. These things are in there. Oh, jeez Louise. Okay. We're going to make that black. We're going to keep that white just to see what happens here. Let's knock this down to not this, 60%. Okay, let's take this guy. It's not going to work as white. Let's try blue. Blue might be our color. That might be the one that this design ends up using quite a bit. It just highlights so well with the rest of it. So we have the background blue. Why is it just, it's like reverse italic. It's the sarcasm font. I just can't get, why was there a poop guy in that? Who knows? Don't like it. Not liking it. It's still doing it though. If we make it italic, will that fix it? No. I must have, did I do something to this? Did I like rotate the letters at some point? Because you can just, for whatever reason, this is a thing you can do. I've never once in my entire design career ever done that. Maybe it's the aliasing. Maybe. You're supposed to use strong. It's the closest to the web. Let's get rid of that dashy boy. All right, so it's CPU 88. Let's just do those. Doop. Doop. Mm-hmm. Just getting close. She's crowning. There we go. That's the colors. Let's take a look. Yeah, boy. That's good enough for me. Maybe just a little bit brighter. There we go. What's 100% look like for spacing? 100% what? Oh, to see. So I think this is a left aligned. So if you do 100%, it's just going to do that. And so it'll just come off the left. Good question, though. That's the kind of stuff we need to pay attention to. All right. Let me see if there's an alternative for percent we could use. I don't like percent signs, you know, but like there's not too many other ways to do them. We can see if there's one that'll hang up above it. Doesn't look like it. Usually it's right next to this guy. And ultimately it might be too small. I can just like manually force it into a super. Let's do that just to see it. Yes. So exactly. We'll just try a super out. Hitting this character button. Doesn't want to do anything. Oh no. That's a frozen illustrator. That's a crashed illustrator. Crap. Save while you can. It should have saved. It probably didn't though. Okay. How much did we lose? Yeah, we could do 88 out of 100. Showed as a fraction. How many? If I have to draw those dang boxes again, we're going to need more story time. At least like we didn't do much. Noah, the reason that you have Adobe Illustrator 2019 and 2020 installed is because obviously 2020 is broken. It's like mega broken. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but it was spiking my CPU up. It's enough to get the fans to start whirring up. That's Adobe Illustrator using, God knows why it's using that much CPU. Maybe the 2020 is they've had issues. Maybe there's some other reason. Would there be? Do you think enough people complained that they were like, okay, well, when we do the next round of these, like we'll always leave the old version on instead of replacing it? How much is there? Let's see. I'm hoping we're right on the 88. The best case scenario. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Illustrator gods. So now we just have to save as and overwrite it. No, it's not lucky. I got to set up to do this. Did that do it? So I'll show you in a second how you can set that up. This is what I don't like, is that they segregated out 2020 as its own version. This is my thought, like, why in the world can't they just make an extendable format where you don't have to do this? Like, I guess they're optimizing the way the files look, I guess. But it seems so silly. Just let it save. Oh, that's not the noise you want to hear. There we go. It's going. Come on. There we go. So I'll show you really quick. There's like inside of Adobe products, there's they've been adding it. So they've been adding in a few things to make your life a little bit easier. This has been here forever, but your undo counts, jack those right up. 100 is probably fine. Just more RAM. Right there. So under file handling and clipboard, you can set this automatically save recovery data every 2 minutes. You can jack that up to 30 seconds. If you're an insane person, you put it at an hour or you turn it off. But what this will do, this will eat up CPU and RAM. So every time it fires up, there's going to be a little spike as it tries to save it off. In the newest Illustrator, they've done a really good job of like doing something. Like they side load, they must side load another copy of Illustrator, and they move all this data into it really quick because like it saves in real time. Whereas before it would like pop a window up and like, you know, like say it's saving. So it's pretty cool. What does this mean? Turn off data recover for complex. No, turn it on. What does this mean? So we better keep that on because I don't want it to determine that this is a complex document and then just stop saving. Yeah. So let me just reboot this real quick. I don't trust you, Illustrator. You've already proven me wrong just today. Look, is this just going to keep happening? Like next year I'll have all three. Gotta collect them all like Pokemon. So there's some things with autosaving, like autosaving doesn't. So what it's doing is it's not actually autosaving on top of your file. It creates a bunch of versions of that file sitting in like temp directory. And like, so it's not a big deal to have that on. Auto saving, where it would actually try to save down on the file you're working on, can have all sorts of problems, especially if the file is sitting inside of like Dropbox or Google Drive, because as soon as you start trying to like save down on a file that's in Google Drive or Dropbox, it might like see the change and start uploading it really quick and then kill the file save. It's the worst. It's like the biggest problem that I don't know why we don't have a good solution for. I get why it happens, but it's insane to me. If you want to see something real crazy, if you want to play like Russian roulette with your hard drive and your internet, put something in Dropbox, or better yet, Google Drive, initialize a repo there, and then start working on it. And just wait. Just wait. You will blow up your Google Drive with a GitHub repo in like maybe a week, and you'll look at your Google Drive and it'll just be like broken. Nothing will be saving, like, because they're competing against each other. Like, it's pretty interesting. I wish there were ways around it. I think Dropbox does a better job with it. Whisplush, I have a lot of hard drives, not because I'm like a nerd. It's because I don't know any better. I don't know how to set up like RAIDs. So really, they should all just be RAIDs, you know? I need to get that all figured out, but I'm too afraid to do it. I need to get like a NAS system. What happened here? They all turned into ghosts. Okay, it's fixed. Probably GPU previewing again. There we go. I use a lot of hard drive space, man. Every one of these streams is like 30 gigabytes. And then to get it onto YouTube, I have to do crap. And that makes it another 30 gigabytes. That's every day I work on stream. Let's see if we can get that any smaller. Ooh. So tiny. Let's see how it looks. That might work. I think that might work. We'll try it. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out like what sort of NAS to do. I'm really impressed with I don't want like a home NAS. I need something that I can back video up to, and the editor can. I don't know how it works. I don't know where the editor is going to live. I don't like. We might have to get an office where we both like a stream out of an office instead. But my idea was like I would stream. OBS records this. It sticks it into the NAS, and then the NAS is good enough so the editor can just work off of it, which means we're going to probably have to get some kind of badass network involved. Yeah. Oh, I need a stupid timestamp. That's going to be humongous. So timestamp is 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 14, 20 characters. Ugh. Maybe there's a better way. What if we just said max 100% and we didn't give it the time it occurred? We can include that in the next screen. So when I was kind of like looking at the NASs, that's where it gets a little weird, because I think we're in enterprise hardware realms at that point. I think we're looking at like getting some stuff off eBay. And we're going to need a lot of space, like some crazy amount, probably in the hundreds of terabytes. I mean, right now I think I've got 40 terabytes of footage, maybe 30. And I have them spread out all over these little tiny drives. I've got like a bunch of 300 gig drives. Not great. So a problem with this design right now is it's competing against the left side. So we'll see it right here. We don't want the same level of like visual hierarchy to apply to both things. Well, we could try the same label style. Horrible developer. Hold on, I have to address this. Are you freaking crazy? Are you crazy? Are you legitimately like ignorant to how these programs work? I don't want to eat into you, but you're eating into me right now, so it's going to happen. You got to be kidding me. Horrible developer handoff. Horrible developer handoff's a PNG. Horrible developer handoff is a bunch of HTML and CSS you got to disregard. Let's say we have a button here. Let me just show you something, then you can be quiet and think about why you know, calling people out. Let's say you have this box here. We'll just say button or box. Here, we got this black box. I'm a developer. I get handed this. It's an AI file. It's not a bunch of PNGs. It's not a bunch of PDFs. It's a freaking AI file. AI files are vector. The web is vector. Okay, so I'm not dealing with percentages. I'm not dealing with weird color schemes. I'm not dealing with like some garbage HTML and CSS code that I'm going to have to rewrite or work within, or like say, throw my hands up, hate my life, and work in a Bootstrap theme to make it work. No. And the designer is not going to be constrained by a Bootstrap theme, by component patterns, or whatever. They're just going to freestyle this thing out. I'm a developer. I need to make this box. How big is the box? 500, no, it's 938 pixels by 293 pixels. I get that real quick. What color is it? 35, 31, 32. Okay, I got that really quick. If I wanted to, I could symbolize all this stuff. I could make it into instances because Illustrator can do that, just like Sketch can do that crap. You can do all that stuff. I know exactly how far off the X, Y plane these things are. So if I needed to do absolute positioning, I could. I know exactly what kind of like stroking effects are on these things without going in deeper. This is the same crap that has been like, it's been here forever. It's been built into Sketch. It's been built into other tools, Figma. But like it does it really well here. The difference working with something like Illustrator over Sketch is that Illustrator is completely freehand. So you're going in and you're designing with a zero constraint. You have to come up with everything on your own. That could be a benefit for somebody who likes to have that level of control. It could be a problem for somebody who wants it to be easier or quicker, right? But when you go easier or quicker, you kind of like throw away some of the stuff you're doing. It is okay if you're 100% sure that your developer understands Illustrator. Was this hard to understand? Do you need to take a freaking weekend annex class at the community college to understand this? I click a thing. It says the numbers here. You're working with some stupid developers. You click that thing, you get the same things. You get font size. You can't see it. You get font sizes too. No guessing on this stuff. Everything's clear as day. I don't have anything else to say about it. I just think this is a constant thing and we need to address it somehow. I'm just sick of it. Like, this is what I use. I'm also the developer. Can you export and make live design prototypes with Illustrator? Who cares? Live design prototypes? Who cares? Who cares? I can code the HTML and CSS for this thing in half a day. And I can do that, like, or I can just do this. I can do PNGs and just jank it out. I can integrate a tool to do image mapping so it could be clickable. You have to do design for clients. Or you choose, like, listen, man, you choose how you present your craft to your clients. You choose that. That's on you. You have decided that's how you're going to present it. You do not need to present a client a clickable prototype. If you think that that is the difference between you getting a job and you not getting a job, that's crazy. And what's even crazier is, like, that's probably for the smaller clients. Like, the smaller the client is, the more they want crap like that. Or like they sort of think that that's oh, this other one designer said they could do these things. And like, what does it matter? You could give it to them in a PDF. You could present it on a screen share. You could take a designer and teach them how to like talk, and then just say, okay, just walk through the design just like this. Just call the client up on a video call, go through and do this. They're not going to care. You design pretty complex digital. Okay, then integrate it in with that. Integrate it in with a tool that does that. Integrate it in. Like, you could take these images and just export them out. Sorry. I apologize to everybody else, but can we just please stop doing this? Can we please stop being like, why are you using that tool? Can we just get that to stop? Why are you using a tool? I'll tell you why. I have good reasons. I've been doing this longer than you probably. And maybe I learned at a different time than you did. And I think it's valid. The outcome is all that matters. I'm sick of this crap. I'm sick of like people saying that the tools are what matter. No, they can definitely change the outcome. But nobody gives a crap. Nobody gives a crap if you use Illustrator or Photoshop. The client doesn't. Nobody gives a crap if you use Node.js or Ruby or PHP. Nobody cares. I don't know why we've become so flaccid as a group, designers and developers included, where the only way that we can like prop ourselves up and feel better is to say my tool is better than your tool. My God is better than your God. Like that's basically what it is. Go to church, something, get it somewhere else. I'm sick of this religious stuff getting interjected into my workday. It's just crazy. It's crazy to me. Like it's just the nuttiest thing. Like, are you really going to go after somebody who's like a carpenter that like makes crap with their hands all day and say to them like, hey, I know you like to use that like hand tool that gives you a lot more control, but do you know they make power drills nowadays? Like maybe they're using it for a reason. Does that not compute? Like maybe they use that little hand chisel over a lathe because the hand chisel like does it better in their eyes. And yeah, maybe the lathe is quicker, but the lathe also just wrecks wood half the time or something. I just wish that this crap would stop. Every single day I get people hitting this up, and I don't know, not angry, wish it would stop. It's a waste of my time to tell you guys. Well, it's a waste of everybody's time that's heard me rant on this over and over and over again. Yeah, Zolfor, maybe I don't care. Maybe I don't want help with my workflow. It is one of the most annoying habits that I see over and over and over again. It is absolutely not okay. Somebody will ask, I'm in a bunch of Discords with like tons of people in them. Somebody will say like, hey, I'm trying to figure out how to make it so my controller or whatever does this thing. They have a very specific outcome in mind. How do I get this to compute 2 + 8? That's all they're asking. And some person will come in. It's like, it's standard. And we don't admonish people for doing this. I do. I get really angry at them and say like, stop doing this crap. Someone will come in and say like, without answering the question, they'll say, you shouldn't use PHP. What? That's not what the person asked. They'll say, oh, your code is written incorrectly, it's structured incorrectly. That's not what they asked. They asked how to get something done the crazy way they're trying to do it. And this is just, I don't know. This is just unreal to me that it's like everywhere. Everywhere. People just trying to interject. You're doing something wrong. And you know what's really, like, what really pisses me off? I'm sorry, I'm just like getting off. What really pisses me off about this is, like, I know what people feel when they say that. What they feel is good about themselves. They feel superior. And that's bananas. You're looking smart by making somebody else look stupid. And that's bananas. And this happens all over the place. Happens particularly on live streams a lot more, because you get people that drop in and, like, they want to be relevant in the conversation, and the only way they know how to be relevant in the conversation is to point out something wrong. You might not be saying I'm stupid, Ows. You might not be saying I'm stupid, but you are. Like, you might not think that, but you understand that's exactly what you do when you say to somebody, like, there are better alternatives. So that means what I'm using is not good. It's bad. But that's not true. This is like completely in the eye of the beholder. It's in the person wielding the tool. I could design things on paper if I so chose to. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think you've got to get your head straightened out a little bit. You've got to expose yourself to, like, how people do these things in other areas. Go look at, like, an interior designer. Okay, their whole job is to design an interior space. They take, like, bare walls and turn it into something beautiful. They create an experience. Are there tools to help with that? Yep. There are things like SketchUp. There's more advanced tools that I don't even know the names of, where you can go in and, like, photorealistic the interiors. Totally do that. Do you know what they look at? Like, that argument has happened there. And when they say, what do they say? We want something really pretty to show the client. We want something just to let the client envision themselves in this new thing. Sure. Yep. Sure. Now, if you're like Gensler, who's, I think, a big ID firm, Gensler might have people on staff to do the virtualization of those spaces, but you can get just as good results out of a sketch that has markers. And some of the best designers out there, interior designers at least, will still use Prismacolor markers. They're like $2 a marker, and Rapidograph pens and pencils and paper, and they will present, like, physically. They don't scan it, nothing. That's how they present. They don't have to go and make these 3D images or anything. Now, are the 3D images, like, you look at those and you think they look prettier? No, they look different. Are they faster? Who knows? Probably not. But, like, that's a choice. It's a choice that the designer made to use that. And I just think, like, I'm sick of people questioning choices. I don't know. That's about all. Jeez, I'm just, like, off my whole rocker now. Look at this guy coming in trying to change the world. I apologize for going off on that, but I don't know, guys, how I can get across to you that, like, that's not a good thing to do to people. It's really not. I mean, imagine just one little thing to add to that. Imagine you take somebody who's, like, doing something for the longest time. As a designer, you have a vapid amount of confidence in your work already as a designer. You need confirmation on your work all the time as a designer. Like, and you are just constantly in self-doubt. Why would you enter into somebody that's already doubting kind of the design that they're making and tell them to doubt the way they're doing it on top of it? This is not the way how you encourage people. This is not the way how you teach people. You know, there's this weird need to have conformity, and it's gross. At the end of the day, you're going to get a set of visual instructions to create a thing. And that's all you need, is a set of visual instructions to create a thing. There's good ways to get there. There's crappy ways to get there. But unless you're paying me, you don't get to tell me how we do it. And that's the final point, I guess. That might work. Thank you, Noah, for marking the rant. I should probably take a break. Like again, I'm not angry. I don't think this isn't anger. It's frustration, and yeah, that's what it is. I could tell you things, all my experiences. I could combine them down, but the fact of the matter is, you have a different scenario than me. I would tell you don't discount this as a tool, and uh, you're selling yourself short by discounting anything as a tool. I've evaluated those other things. I don't want to use them. That's kind of where it ends. Let me. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I needed to take one anyways. So we're like 2 hours in or so. Why don't I? Well, I don't really think there's a design to crank out. But I can stick one in the Discord server just so if you wanted to. No, I'm not going to stick that in Discord server. It doesn't look right yet. We're not going to commit that to the internet. But I'll be back in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, Discord. If you're looking to look, something you guys could do for me that's absolutely free if you like the stream, I would really appreciate the follow. But what I'd appreciate even more is it's absolutely free dollars. Doesn't cost you a thing. There's a button underneath here that says like YouTube something or another. We're trying to build up the following on YouTube. Just smack that thing, subscribe. That's where the streams are going to end up. So we're going to end up putting really nice content in the future. But we need to get to a certain number of subscribers, and that number is humongous. So like we've got to get like 1,000 or so subscribers, and we also have to get to a lot of videos watched. I don't care if you watch videos, but I'd love for you to at least subscribe so you can see content as it comes out, and that would help me out, help me feel like I had a productive day, and kind of get that promoted a little bit. Be back in 10. See you guys soon. Okay, back to this. Let's actually do design. Just adjust this back down. Did I check Discord? What am I checking for? Oh yeah, that's just a great time to vacuum. Paid who, like, the Google guy? He stepped down? Did they say why? Why did he step down? I don't care about who they replace him with. Why did he step down? I'm not reading this. Crazy. That's going to affect the stock. They just announced it. Let's see what that does tomorrow. It's time to Wall Street bet that thing. Just it's going to go down. It's not going to go up. It's not a case where things go up. All right, we got to get this tailed in. Okay, so this is clearly CPU. We see that I don't think the max is good. I don't think this is good at all. I don't know if it's because it's all text-based. I wonder if we do a micro graphic here or if this is going to be stupid. It might be stupid. Let's try it. It might be stupid, so let's try. That's my... All right, let me just... Just put that like this. I'll start with white, I guess. If it works with white, go backwards. What if we did gradient boy? Nope. Flip this thing. Bonk. You might be on the verge of pissing off your boss. Well, don't do that. The CSS for that gradient. Are you really going to just do this? Oh. Right there. There's a CSS for it. Are you really going to just keep doing this? Dude, just find something else to talk to me about, please. This is like you're bordering into something. I'm not going to call you names. What's the CSS for the gradient? Oh, look at that. Illustrator has a CSS tool built in. It's almost like they intended this to be used for web design. I don't know. I don't think this is the right call. Maybe. I mean, it's like something interesting about that, but at times 6, it might be too much noise. Okay, let's keep thinking on it. What am I moving? I'm moving something I shouldn't be moving. There, that thing. Just to exhaust this, I'm going to try this just a little bit bigger. Just so I know. Could you imagine if we poached the CEO of Alphabet for our company, how quickly our company would no longer be our company? He's going to be like a 98% equity package. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is it. So it's not a gauge, right? Because, I mean, we could try, maybe it's not that type of a gauge. We could try a different type. Let's try a ring. How do we do that? How do we do a ring? So we'll say it's at 50%. That'll be an easy one to do. Mm-hmm. Dang it. That doesn't do it. Even as I'm doing this, this probably just isn't the right way. To be like a clock. Start there. Maybe. But I don't think so. And I think we might even need more information on Max. Might just be that that's too big. And then it's just going to be so tiny. Don't know. It's one of those things where, like, there's so many different ways to do this. It's hard figuring out the right way. Because it's like, it's not something where I think you need the number. You would just, like, essentially, it's relaying to you this information here, but it's grabbing whatever the peak number is and sticking it here. So maybe that drives some decision making. You wouldn't need a graphic or a graph. You would need the number. So then, yeah, that drives that decision down, I think. And I don't think you need an indication beyond this. You just need that. You need to know what it is. I don't know if you need to stick within, if you need to color it or whatever, because it could go red, green, yellow, which would make it a quick look, but then you're kind of like muddying up your interface to pull that off. Just gets weird. Definitely don't want to stick it there. It's definitely the right side of the graph. I don't know, let's try it. Let's just go forward with this. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse. We know the information needs to be there. We can always figure it out later. Easy peasy. Okay, so if they wanted to make that bigger, they would just tap it. We're going to go and do 2 more now to see what they're going to look like. That's going to help us figure this out too. Is everything going to be too tight? Yeah, it's going to be too tight. It's going to be too tight because of this thing, because of the thing on the right. So if we get rid of that, I'm sorry, get rid of it. If we scoot it in, we'll see if that helps. Definitely resolves the issue, but it's not like the best. Let's try one more thing here. Let's take this guy, move him down here. That wasn't the right call. That wasn't the right one. That wasn't the guy. Make that just a little bit darker or different. Let's try a different darkness. Maybe a panel. Those panels might work. Just gonna have to get the sizing in right. So one tap in, one tap in. I can live with it. I don't like the way the red looks. Maybe we round it down a little bit. Nope, not there, you stupid Illustrator. Oh, sure, yeah. How does it do that? How does it just magically sometimes pull that off? I think it's the way you drag it out that it decides, like, oh, you're rotating it. Back. There are easier ways to do this. That's the way I'm doing it. Let's give it 2 blocks down. It's not like the worst thing. But we'll have to see what it looks like as we kind of apply that several times. Contains it. Don't know if I love it. Let's try less scaling on these. So little to round out the corners. And maybe bring the whole unit up so it just gives a nice tight pixel line there. Maybe. This is a lot of noise right here. Especially with like the red. Well, okay. I think we're just going to move forward on it. So the second one is disk usage. Going to just run these through to make sure. I really need to, like, what is disk usage? That's supposed to be like the IOPS. So I'm just going to write IO. Just to give it a little bit difference. Move these down. That's not how that works. That's not how that's going to work. Okay, and then this one will be disk remaining, which doesn't have a max. I do want to try, so for something like disk, probably need an actual number there too. Maybe not there. We'll just say, we'll do it in the next screen. But for something like this, we're going to try doing more blocky design because it's, let's just pretend this starts kind of high and then slowly kind of moves down. Because I think this is more like what the graphs will actually look like. We'll kind of have like permutations of this. Oh, I can't just do that really. If I group you and then I drop her group, nope. Okay, let's just take a quick look. That's entirely too bold. There was this font that we started with. I think that might be the right one. And that brings everything down a little bit. So now everything comes down to 10. And I think as I was testing this font out, this is the lowest legible. For people that have normal vision, I guess. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better though. And I don't know if we'd want to highlight this number all the time. Yeah. That's looking more like sort of how I envisioned it. That's getting a little hard to read. It's supposed to be semi-bold, okay. Well, do you guys have any theories on why the guy from Google stepped down? I always wonder in those situations if it's like a force out, because people don't tend to want to give up power, you know? Like once you get it, it's hard to get it back. I'd imagine he was probably one of the most powerful people in the world. Yeah, you wonder, like, did it was it something like they got dirt on him, or it's always the possibility too that like you have people that want to take the company in one direction and everyone agrees with them. Then you have that like one holdout, and it's not hard. They, you know, like all they have to say to him is like, listen, this company is publicly traded. It has a board. That board's authorized to do XYZ things. And one of those things it can do is it can remove you. And if we were to hold a vote today, we would remove you. That's how it's looking. So why don't you just step down and we'll avoid that whole thing. You'll save face. What am I doing? Just do the other way around. Pull that to the top. What I liked about having this thing up here is it kind of showed you how big this could be. Even though it made it a little more busy, it showed that it could, where the top was. And by showing where the top is, like, it makes this graphic more relevant. Although now this thing gets weird. I mean, I don't want to give it like an artificial height. That's what's probably going to look the best. Yeah. I think it looks fine with this guy. Okay, RAM. Let's do another one of those things where we kind of simulate this a little bit better. These shorter blocks, but still do blocks nonetheless. We'll do this in sort of like different chunk sizes. Oh. Oh yeah, you gotta hit that button. Lock that down. Okay. I have no idea why your brand would ever look like this. I just want to. I am totally expecting that for a normal 24-hour period, it's flat. It's like super flat. Most of this stuff is probably going to be flat, and that's just the way it is. like a slow climb over time or a slow then a drop off. Or like a really quick spike up and then just sort of like holding high or something. We'll say the swap looks more like the disk remaining, or the disk IO rather. But in fact, yeah, I'll do something different for that. We'll show a spike just happening. Then a bunch of nothing. This one. Like swap is something I usually see at like 0 until something actually flies. Okay, we gotta just tap a couple of these guys back into place. Okay, and I wonder if it's an empty data set. I think we still have to. Ooh, did we draw the blue line for an empty data set? Because that looks pretty neat, but usability wise, indicator wise, maybe we do have to have that. Let's try it. And I have an idea for the top of the chart. So we do need to show that. We need to show like where does the chart max at. I don't think it's smart to like just sort of be like, well, you figure it out. Does it look like a tall line? Does it look like a short line? But I don't think we need to put a whole color block behind it. I think we can get away with just one line. Ooh. That looks really cool. Where it breaks, it erupts through. That looks really cool. I'm in. I'm all in on that. Was it yesterday that like showed up on stream and was like, hey, what game are you designing? There's like been this blur that's occurred with web design now. Or you genuinely are starting to make things that like sort of try to look more high tech than they should. I'm going to scoot down this whole group. We're just going to try a 10 pixel scoot. And then let's try this thing to contain it. So we're going to put something here. What is going on with this thing? Okay, I know this is really hard to figure out. We should probably change the layer color to like yellow so we get better contrast. Yellow. Orange would probably be the best. Orangey boy. Yeah. Okay, so make this a 1 pixel tall line to start, but it might end up being 2. And we'll just scoot it up 30 pixels. Was that 30? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we'll just do that. And then let's make it black. And then half. Let's see what that looks like. Maybe a little bit more, but that's the idea. You just have like a little indicator at the top saying that's all it's going to get. Try one more of those with that bottom color. Take a look at that. That might be a little better. It's hard to read. So let me pull up the opacity. That might be a little bit better. That thing. Because the black, no matter how dark we make it, it's going to do something against this guy behind it. There was an easier way to do that, Greg. Delete an object and just move one. Yeah, like I can't change the colors. Same thing here. 1, 2, 3. It's coming together. I'm almost tempted to make that like a dotted line. Let me just try that really quick. We'll try it on this one. So delete this. Grab our line tool. Draw the line. Dotted. How do you do dotted in Illustrator? There's always some stupid trick. So again, we got to, because Illustrator, you got to move it up to lock it in. All right, then we'll get that color. Boink. And then reverse, so it's a line. Okay. And then let's dot this sucker. What is it? Like 1 pixel dash, 1 pixel cap? That doesn't look right. Yeah, there's your dots. Okay. Now, CSS dots, are they like that? Let's just take a quick look. I feel like they're not the same. Give me a box. Boxy boy. They are. They're very tight. Okay, what is dashed? I wonder if dashed is like, figure it out, browser. It's up to you. So there's your dashed line. That looks like, I don't know. We'd probably have to screenshot it. I'm a little worried that dashed is like determined by Firefox or Chrome or whatever. So if we got to measure 3 by 2, and it's really not because it's coming off a grid. So it's really on that vertical. It's generating, you see that little subpixel aliasing there? It's generating something. It's like 3 point something, 3.1 with a 2 pixel gap. It did get that corner really nicely though, for whatever that's worth. And let's just double check the dotted one too. And if you wanted something really specific, I mean, you could just do a graphic for the border. That's 1.1. Yeah. Is there subpixeling on that? No, that's locked right in. Okay. So if you want clean, this is clean. That's going to be a little dirtier, but we'll try 3.2 and we'll try 1.1. See what they both look like. Okay, so there's 1.1 right there. Not really much of a thing. There's not really much you can tell there. If we maybe bump that up to highest contrast, it could be like a white on that. That could work. I mean, let's move it down just a little bit. Like 70%. No, maybe 50. Yeah, that really could work. I think that works a little bit better than this guy. Now let's try this one more time as a 3.2. I'm gonna just move this up here. We'll move it up. We'll replace this one here. So 3.2 is gonna be a dashed line. 3-2 gap. Yep, I can't pick. Like either or. Either or is better than the solid line. I think the solid line can get a little lost in things by breaking it up a bit. You don't have to explain this space in between it. So will you think that the dash looks better? Yeah, we can go with it. Let's do that. I'm just going to try one more thing. We're just going to try a little bit of a different opacity on it. Again, why am I doing this right now? Maybe that's even better. Just like bringing the opacity down right there. Yeah, let's do that. We didn't even get the last one in, and I just came off and started working on it. Now we're still tweaking it. Okay. Yeah, because this is going to need more tweaks as time goes on, especially these 24-hour maxes. I think that this is all looking much better. Let's just try a couple other things. Yeah, we'll just leave that alone. Okay, so our last one is with swap, and then it's going to be bandwidth. Bandwidth is definitely a series over time. I think it'll resemble something like this. But with bandwidth, you almost have, instead, you don't have a percentage, right? What you have is just general activity. And does anything else work like that? I don't think so, because CPU is a percentage of how much of the CPU, RAM is a percentage of how much of the RAM, disk IO is a percentage of how much of the disk is being used, swap is a percentage of how much of the swap, disk remaining, that could be the other one. So it might make sense to say that there's 12% remaining. It may make more sense to say that there's 5 gigabytes remaining. Or this may even make the most sense to just do like this. And just sort of make that be its own thing where it specifies it. So if we had to look at bandwidth is probably this thing. I'll take this guy. And then bandwidth becomes probably looks a little bursty. Did I move that? No, I copied it. Okay. Probably looks a little bursty. But I don't think we're going to go through and figure that out. But bandwidth, especially on something like AWS, so there's no percentage. And if you saw it, it would just be like, doesn't even make sense. So this probably in megabits per second. And then instead of having a 24-hour max, you're probably going to have like 24-hour usage use. And then maybe this is like 1500. That's the odd one out. And that's where everything doesn't look great. We could say bandwidth network. It's a little shorter. And then maybe instead of 24-hour usage, say usage. And probably it's not going to be something exact, so that might be a little bit better because you would know. Oh, I better go check that out. Yeah, it looks weird though, but okay. So if we want to just make sure we get this one thing kind of cranked out, right? And then we can always iterate another one here. Let me unlock these pups. No, I'll see if I can find it. It's so weird having the green screen, just on my perspective, because I'm used to all that stuff being hidden. And now I can like move out of the way. You guys can see in there. Seeing so much more real estate. Let's take a look. Do these need to come down at all? No, but maybe this does. Just to give it a little better alignment. Okay, so let's say it was this tall, right? Ah, that's perfect. We'll line it up with this block. I don't know why that is the height it is, though. Dang it. Let's group this. I don't know if that might have been a starting point I had, so that's 90 pixels tall. That may have been a goal height. We are way past that as a goal height. Okay, then you have all this stuff. There's going to be this big section here that we're going to probably have to reserve for long names. If I tuck this up now, if we say, okay, equal padding top bottom-ish. We're feeling better, worse, indifferent. Don't know. Let's give it some curvy boys there. Maybe some in the corner, and maybe take this off the edge. Probably a little too much curve. Okay, well, it still has things that have to be added. So let's get the rest of them in before we do an iteration. I'm going to try curving everything except for that one corner piece. Let's see. I don't hate it, so we're going to keep it. All right, so we have some other things. If this thing has to have a label because we want to be able to refer to these things. So this isn't a platform and host instance. It's probably a host instance with platform. So that's a literal term that we have to use. There's other things. There's cluster boxes or cluster instances. There's components. So we want to just establish that language, and that's where it's going to go. This is the name of the box right here. This right here is just saying that it's an EC2. I don't know if that's the right language because these things kind of get named out by the provider, and then we apply an additional namespace on top of it. I don't know if EC2 is really like the right thing to call it, but that's, I guess, what we're going to call it. We probably want to say what it is in terms of like box size. And this is a component. This is a host, so it even contains a component inside of it. And let me pull my notes up. So we got all this. We didn't get number of instances because it doesn't belong, I think, in this graph column. But we can easily, I think we can easily do that. This is 0 instance, or this is 1. So there's not really, I think, anything that we should do to kind of call out that it's only 1. We'll do that as we kind of work through these. It's a parent, and we're going to say it's a parent by the way it displays and flushes left like this. I think I have another notebook for this. Yeah. Okay, so let's open up the IA doc. It's got to be the holder of this. Signed out? Who dared sign me out? Verify it's me. Oh, let's take it off screen. I got to put my password in. Hunter123. Okay. Okay, so for this one, even though like we kind of say it has the platform, we need health indicators on 4 pieces of a platform. And let me double check and make sure it's 4 pieces. 5. So we need health indications plus minus, good, bad. That's all they are. But this is specifically for this, for any host instance, but it's specifically for the parent host instance of your entire project. So it's kind of a technical thing. We need a button to scale it. We need total components running. Well, that's not a problem. Ability to move it. So these are different things. Scaling implies a vertical. Moving implies cracking it into a horizontal. Opening up a terminal, and then controls. And the controls, there's actually 4 controls. So I have delete and reboot, but actually there is refresh, which is kind of like start stop processes. And then there's I'm looking even more. So there's delete, and some things you can't delete. So I actually don't know if there is a delete. I'm not seeing it in my notes. Let me check and see. I've written it there, but it's not in my my other notes. So let me jump in, take a look. It may not be a thing you can do. It may be like if you want to delete it, like you're on the hook for that yourself. Nope, you can do it. Okay. So the way these guys pulled this off, I think is not stupid. It was kind of smart. They had it set up so you could kind of hide these things away behind buttons. It's like you didn't have to get real crazy on lining it out. So the stats, I mean, they're showing stats like this. This would have been like, this is a nice way to show the stats, in my opinion. Like, this is a great way to show them, but I don't want to do anything they're doing, because I'm fairly certain like DigitalOcean, when they relaunch this, they're gonna use all this stuff. So we don't want it looking the same here. But even these things are looking. You get a health indicator, plus you're getting CPU and RAM on all of them. So that's probably why it's hidden away. I think we could use the same terminology that they use. Whoa, that was like at 95% CPU. It just went right down. What was it working on? What was it doing? It must have been the mail check or something. I don't know. So pretty. So pretty. It sucks. It sucks taking something like this and then having to redo it, because like I don't want to take this stuff. I don't want to take their design, but it's like, this is really a smart way to do this crap. And there's not many points of iteration beyond this. There's not like a totally different way to do this and make it kind of be the same. Okay, so anyways, they have a tucked admin thing. You can delete stuff. Delete, it says you have to remove all the components. So I imagine every one of these components can be deleted somehow. Manage, connection details, deletion, etc. Okay, I'm going to pull this up because I think if I hit that manage button, I'm going to see some stuff I can't show you. Nope, I was wrong. So they have a danger zone. Yeah. And then you would do that and delete it. Okay. After you delete this component, you must also remove it from your box file YAML. Interesting. So deletion in our app, because we can talk to the YAML file, deletion maybe isn't an option here. Maybe if you remove the component from the box file, we remove it from your hosting, but only if you remove it from your box file and update it. So why don't we pull deletion off the table? Because like, why would you be deleting an active component? I don't see why you would. And they're probably giving you the option here because they couldn't communicate to that thing. Okay, so admin. So we have scale, which is definitely a thing, but we're not going to do it this way. We're probably going to do a modal for this thing. They put everything in line. I don't want to keep following that pattern. We don't have to. So then we kind of have this stuff where the controls change. So host boxes can only do a reboot, but we could probably delete a deployment. And then inside of this, components have all these options. Okay. So good to know. This host box then only needs 2 things. And that's a funky thing. Because it almost be like delete everything. Components is going to be your list of components, which in my opinion should have been here the whole time. But I guess the idea would be like if you had 5 host boxes, it's going to be a pain. If it has a platform, you need logger, load balancer, monitor, message bus, footer house, and then why would I care about the warehouse's CPU and RAM? That's good. I feel like I would care about the what do you call it, the disk. It probably doesn't have a disk, right? Maybe it doesn't have a disk because it's up here. Okay. Oh, you know what? Disk here is disk usage. Crap. Oh, crap. So that means there isn't a disk I/O. It's this. It's the swap. That means we got 5 instead of 6. Go. Well, that's going to make things a little bit different. And we're adding network just because I think it makes sense, but dang, okay. Good thing we caught that. Definitely changes this quite a bit. Well, what's nice about that is like we might be able to buy some space on the left-hand side. Thank you, Demon Wolf. Thank you for saying that looks clean. It was it was not this way yesterday, was it, man? So yeah, we bought ourselves some space here, and we could maybe move CPU down if we wanted space up top. Yeah, we can do this. And so the other question, I guess, could be like, can we relay the same exact information with less space? We'll do an iteration on it, but that's going to be a question. Can we do this like with half the height? I bet we can even tuck these up a little bit, but that's what we have to resolve. This is humongous right now. This is like 190 pixels tall. Absolutely huge. Sorry, I'm just bouncing. So we got that corrected. These will all need their own CPU RAM meters, I guess. They'll never have anything but CPU RAM. So I wonder how important is the platform to show. I have never once, not even once, had to do anything here. Because you see, they have a beta for scalable stuff. I have never cared about this. I don't think it needs to be there. So we're going to actually remove this. I think you tell them the platform is on that. But for now, we're not going to design anything for it. Let me move this up because I think if I tap console, it's going to say, here's your shush. Nope. That's a weird thing to stick in there too. Running a console will open a terminal directly and you're running host. So basically they're saying how to run the command for it. So we're going to shortcut and run that command for them. And it'll run over in the mission control tack. So what'll happen? Well, I think it makes sense to pop a console, but who knows? So if we pop a console here, and you click here, it's going to open up mission control. And then where's mission control? Here. And then mission control is just going to run this through. Hey, Jack. Thank you so much for the sub, man. 2 months, buddy. Oh, no, that image that we were using back there is gone. Well, that's where the terminal goes. In that black thing. We had a screenshot in there. It's just done disappeared. That's gone now. She ain't coming back. Okay, so admin, reboot, delete. Console button. The reason I think we need an admin button here is because I do want, like, I don't know if we need an admin button or if we just expose the controls. I think it might make just as much sense to expose the controls. Now, by not exposing the controls, what we can do there is sort of make it like a two-step process. So if I hit reboot, maybe like it just happens because I've already tapped admin to open it up, or I've tapped something that says controls maybe. And then I hit this button. So that's sort of your two-factor. You're not going to accidentally tack it if you're moving through the interface, right? Let's see what else. So if scale, that's an important piece, and then the stats are right there. So we'll the reason we're going to look at this later is just to make sure, like, look, we know that this thing will separate the stats like this, and that's important because we know that's what we're getting as functionality out of the box. So we'll be able to do the exact same thing. So I think when we actually tap into a resource's stats and say, like, show me the statistics on this box, if they tap one of these, it's just gonna like open up this guy to really let you dig in. And that's all you're going to be able to do with it until you move it back up. Sort of like this. So that's like probably the only place we'll keep this pattern of the roll down. Or whatever you'd call that. jQuery window open. I don't know. What do you call it? That's a hard thing to do. You know that? Like those slide windows? They're tough. Because you have to like figure out what the container is going to start at and end at to get an animation to run. Yeah. There's a lot of trouble with that. Okay. So if we had to decide, and we do. Control console. Really, that's it. Controls and consoles and scale. This is going to be different. The two different ways we do this. So what's the most important and least important? So I think something we'll expose that they didn't expose is we can build this in. So the server specs, probably smart to list that. I probably want to know that. Like anytime I see it, I want to know it. So this is a 4 gig, 0.5 CPU core, 60 gig disk. We're always going to have those three things, right? Always. There's not a single service out there that won't tell us those three things. Even on some of the weird services, this might be an infinite sign, but they're always going to get these things out of it. So we're going to, let's model for 4 gigs of RAM, 0.5 CPU core, and 60 gig disk. Demon Wolf, have you used Nanobox? Like I think, didn't you get on Nanobox because we were like kind of shilling it a little bit, not getting paid, just shilling it. Okay, so you never really got on it. I'm curious because I don't want to hit a lot of buttons, but I want to talk to people that have used it a bit, to say like, hey, if you could have improved things from a non-technical standpoint. So from the interface, on, what would you have improved? Because I used it quite a bit, and I have a lot of opinions on it. I think that there's some things that are like I would say, let's take it back. The majority of things on Nanobox were done really well. Like the guy that designed it, very smart guy, very, very smart. And I talked with him, I think just once, and I'm very impressed with how they handled most of this stuff. There's some things though that like were a little hard to do, and I think they were aware of that. Or there's things that sort of like you can see came out of a development cycle, and didn't really make sense. Like they were like, "Oh no, you want me to add that feature to the design?" And they just sort of tuck it in wherever it would go. But I want to talk to more people that have used it to sort of figure out, well, if you could, what would you have changed? What would you have done different? Okay, so we're always gonna have RAM cores and disks. The CPU is interesting, right? Because this is 0.5. That's interesting to me. So that's got to be the EC2 virtual CPU. I don't know if we do this to indicate it's a virtual CPU. I just don't know. We could take these and explode them. Let's do that. I'm going to leave one intact boy up here. It's not always going to be vCPU, Demon Wolf. Go be with your people up here. That's going to stay in there if I don't delete it. I'll forget about that guy. And then I'll, for some reason, design it in when I do the HTML and CSS. Okay, so we'll explode this out. Let's go to 2 lines. If it's a 0.5, then it's vCPU. Yeah, but if it's 4, what if it's 4 vCPUs, right? Because that's a thing. You can get 4 10-core vCPUs. Because on AWS, they don't, for some of the hardware, you're on a box that can like hit over 100%. It's super weird. So like, because you're on this sort of like shared box, they say, look, here's your limit. If you go over it, there's sort of this overage charge, but it can handle an overage. That's one of the cool things about using some of the cloud providers, right? Is that you sort of can do that. Like you don't have to be real crazy about getting the scaling perfect right off the bat, because it'll just sort of like absorb that additional stuff, throw it onto the virtual, the virtual stuff will scale or spill over. And yeah, there's a limit on that, but that's hard. I think it'd be hard for us to figure out unless it's specified. When we get a look at the APIs, I guess we could take a look, figure out. But when it's specified, it's hard to know. Like, because even if you go on, is it DigitalOcean or maybe Vulture or somebody like that, they break down everything into like shared and dedicated. And I would imagine, this is my guess, I would imagine anything dedicated is like, that's not virtual. No way. Dedicated means you have like a piece of hardware somewhere. You got your own, got your own thing. It's no shared hardware. Oh, geez. Bigger. Just me. I can't read it. It's too hard to read. Nope. Can I make you look better than what you look like? Yes. But how? That's, she don't look good. My plan here, what I'm trying to get to is we're going to create like a little thing that will hold these values. And then at the edge of that thing, it's going to say scale. You want to turn that into a half-filled color block so bad. Uh-huh. My first thought with this, man, no joke, is like, can we visualize this, right? Because I think it would be too hard. I think we'd be opening up a can of worms. I think it would be great to do it, but I think we would definitely be opening up this like big problem, because we could show like, oh, you got 4 gigabytes of RAM. Well, show 4,000 things or 4 things to represent that. If you have 60 gigabytes of disk, show that, like show it. Like we have the technology. We can show these things. But the problem is going to be like, it's going to have to all be relative to the remainder of the projects. Like, so if you have something in your project with 32 gigs of RAM or, oh geez, it's just like, that's the problem. No, that's the problem. There's no scale. Yep. And then you're in Trouble Town. Trouble Town. I've entered into Trouble Town yet again. Hitch my wagon up. Parking your bus right in the middle of Trouble Town. That's not supposed to be funny. Okay, so I know what I need to do here. Expand. You never should have been the same thing. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, it's tough. Making scales is really hard because you can always, like, the cheap way to make a scale is like work on 2 axes. No matter what, that always works. Like, don't try to relate things to each other. That's where things get hard. Okay, so now one of the questions I'm kind of bringing up in my mind is this, I think, looks pretty good on its own. Marrying it into this is kind of working. I kind of want to maintain a line here, and that's going to be really hard with this guy underneath it. I think these need to be a different font. We're going to kind of use this size. So when we're making our CSS or skis file, that'll be one of the font, like that'll be like the micro font, right? I can bring these back a little bit. And I really like the way these look together, but I think we have to be careful with how much blue we use. I really, really like that. The blue on this just looks so good. And we might even have made a mistake using it over here, because I think it's one of these things that's almost reserved. Now, also, let me just make sure of something. This will only ever go to 3 numbers, but we're going to put it at 3. This will probably go to 3 numbers. Yeah, 128. I could see that happening. This will only ever go to 3 numbers. We just need to design for the max. And I guess the question is, can we pull a line here? I think we can. I think because we can do this box and then have it hold that left alignment there. So no matter if you had 4 gigabytes of RAM, it would still hold it. If you had 1, it would still hold it. You just tuck this in. Design for max. Yep. It's like my thing in life. I've been bit in the butt by that too many times. Make this a little bit bigger. I think everybody does, man. I think even like in design school, they pound it into you. You need to do that, and I think there's almost always going to be this thing of like, but no, I don't. I think I got it, and then you're effed. You're effed 3 months later, and somebody figures out they can make something way bigger than like you ever thought they could. We call yes. Go check it out. It's not as super detailed, but it's telling you how we're gonna get to where we're gonna go. No, thank you. Okay, so we have this block, and I think if let's do what we're supposed to do and design it for Max, right? This could be a horizontal cluster. So if it were a cluster, let's just pretend it's a cluster. Where are we going to put the numbers? So we were going to see here that it's this box, right? I don't think we need to expose pricing or anything here. I don't think that's the place for it. So let's say we had 30 of these. Would we just say like times 30? Like this? Like, could that be just the thing we do? Oh, these colors just look so cool together. Thank you. Tax dollars. You know, I think that could work. I mean, the other thought was like, could it go here? Would you be saying you have 30 of these, right? It's okay. I think we got that somewhat resolved. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. Scale button. So this is a top level box. So if we hit scale, it's vertical only. And we're not going to show them this. This is madness. What we might do is, this is definitely where it lives. We might either pop a modal or we might slide the stats out. But I think the stats help you make those decisions sometimes. Okay, so I need to scale it. I probably want to see that word scale. I probably don't want to see like some idea of a word. Ooh, that's even better. All right. How big do I need that for a button? Probably not that big. Can I get away with this? Can I do it? Will people... I want to do it so bad, but I feel like people they never see these things because it's not common in UI. They'd be like, where's the button for it? And you're like, it's on the side of the thing. Well, I didn't see that. That's not where buttons are supposed to go. You're like, okay. Defeated design once again. Because this is more like a label, right? That's how you'd read that. You'd say that is a label. Why is it an orange? And you could probably hardly read it. Ah. Gross. Out you go. I have to delete that letter. All the letter. I can't. It's so bad I had to delete the letters. Start over. There's no win in that one. Why not put this there instead? I can hardly see that. The scale of justice? Are you joking? Like, how does that? I mean, yes, that's the word for scale. It's like, oh, jeez. It's like, sorry, man. It's just like, yes, that is a word for scale, but that is a literal scale. It's like having a dentist icon. You're like working for a dentist and you're making like a logo for their business. And you're like, how about just a big tooth? How about just a mouth? How about just the teeth? Or a chiropractor and it's like a spine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I guess it's valid. Sorry, man. Sorry if I just lit you up a little bit there. That's funny. Mikala, thank you so much for the sub. You're the comic relief. Yes, that's right. Oh, man. I think this needs a little bit more texture. Texture it, baby. I'm the only person that says your name right, so I get the sub. Perfect. Pride myself. Getting names right. After the stream ends, I go online and I just look up pronunciation guides all night. That's all I do. What icon does Illustrator use for their scaling tool? This. See that little guy? So if you look at what icon Nanobox, I could draw the Nanobox icon in 2 seconds. Just wait. Now we're going to get rid of that. So the Nanobox icon looks like this. It's an indication of scale. It's like a scientific, almost like a scientific icon. Like that. And then they dash that sucker. And then this has a background on it, so you can't see behind it. Just like that. There you go, done. Can't do it, man. We can't do it. I mean, I think they, again, I don't think they did a bad job. And I would love to take it, but there are lines that we're going to have to establish and keep. Because I mean, honestly, like if we play it out and like it's, let's say a year from now and our app has some traction and DigitalOcean is launching their thing, I feel like we need to be on friendly terms with them. And I think getting on bad terms with them is like not good. Now we could just say screw it and just be like, no, let's get on bad terms with them. Let's do it. No, we need the word scale, and we need a place to stick that word scale. You can't just we can't just not have this word. Because what'll happen when you hit scale is it'll open up a window, right? I'm just curious. Like, so you probably want it in proximity to your stats here. And we need to make sure, like, again, it looks like a button. So it either lives where other buttons live, or it's like attached to this in some way that would say you would change it. I think we got to be careful with doing anything that like expands out to show the actions, because you might not. These are going to change for every type of thing. So there's like 4 or 5 different types of things, and sorry, lost in thought. And each one of those is going to have its own set of things. Like some of them might not even have this. They might not even have this part. So they would have a place that would say like move. So again, we just need to make sure that whatever we do here, all the buttons are there all the time. Now again, maybe we're looking at this wrong, and maybe I'm looking at this like a dummy, and really it should just be a row of buttons. That might make more sense because we're kind of guessing that it's going to be this much width. And if it were less width, having a second column here is probably going to be a mistake. If, like, you know, give these guys as much room as that they can take, and then we can figure out, like, you know, if you can kind of picture the CSS of this, it's going to sort of be like a flexi box right here and like another one here. And if we put another column here, that's like this, just to have a button. Yeah, I don't know about that. So, okay, let's see if we're going to stick controls into this thing. I mean, now we're basically following what these guys did, but how many controls are there? We have just controls, console, and scale. So 3 of them. And what we could do is maybe we don't use the same icons that they used, but we can get a set of micro icons and stick them in here. I hate Illustrator sometimes. It just does things. Okay, so let's make it look like these guys look like buttons somehow. Trying to see what colors we have available. Shall we dive back into the style guide? Into the style guide. Ooh, we haven't used this gold yet. So if gold, we might have this blue. I have not been able to get that in, but I think it's gonna be too dark. The bright red, we haven't used that yet. We'll try the gold. I haven't gotten that to work, so. $10 style points if I can get the cursor to blink. Blink. That's not hard. It used to be you just wrap it in the blink tag. Let's take a look. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Okay, that'll work for me. That's why it's only 10 points, because it's not hard. Thanks, Noah. What I got to do is we just got to put bounties on things. Like, oh, I'll totally do that. We call it, so we are definitely over budget on the desktop design. Today or maybe tomorrow. As I look and see it's 6:30. Today or tomorrow should be the last day, but I've been saying that for like 3 days straight. I've been in sort of a design funk. I'm kind of questioning what I'm doing with the design. So it's not going as quickly as I anticipated, and I'm wanting to get in there and do more work to define it, because I think like if I get into development without thinking through some of these things, can be a mistake. So I mean, just even today, like having this extra, like I figured out all this crap. So we figured out some pretty big things that aren't in the IA doc. They're not in the documentation for the project at all. So it's I'm hoping that today or tomorrow is the last day. Yeah, and we call it, you got it. You get as much done as you can in design. And like don't push yourself out of it too early, right? Because if you do, you end up biting yourself in the butt. Just like designing for something that's too small. Because like even here, controls, console, scale. We might even have more controls that we should be considering, but I think that 3 is going to be fine for this right now. Because it kind of gets you to the point where you kind of are like, okay, we can go forward with it. We may have screwed something up, but we did our best to catch it. I'm curious if this just walks right over there. Maybe not. I need a micro button style. I need something more than this. Yeah, I'm sort of like hovering around on this. It doesn't look right. Like, do we do this? Are we going to do this? Have we given up? Have we completely given up? You just make your boxes. Make them dark or bright. Who cares? Just put everything in a box. Underline, maybe. Let me try this first. Underline might work. If this isn't no bueno. Little pill guys. It's definitely like a pixel off. And I think with that, the bold doesn't work. Okay, let's try scale with the underline. No, you can't really do underlines very well in Illustrator. Like the font underlining doesn't work very well. Because it'll come off the pixel grid. Look all funky. If I had to pick, I'm going with this one. If I had to pick, I don't have to pick anything. I do what I want. I think that might be it. So we get these little tiny buttons down here. I don't really know if that looks like a button, but let's not obsess over it. They're buttons. We can change them as long. I think I just want to get it like cohesed into the cohese it into the design. Cohesed. I would love to know how many words I've just invented and just used. That's a word that I want to use. That means I want it to have cohesion. But we're just gonna say cohesed. Is it cohesing? Is it cohesing? Dictionary of frick. Yeah. How many people like watch this stream that aren't from North America? It's insane. Like most people that watch this stream, not from North America. So like 30% are from North America. So there's probably people out there that watch this to learn language. You're in the UK. See, there we go. You would be surprised. There are a lot of people who watch that aren't in like where English is the primary language. And it makes me think that there's people that watch this and they're like watching it to learn English. And here I am being just inventing words daily. That's just not good for them. Going into their ESL classes. Dang, man. It's just not sitting right. Why did someone already have to design this? So in my head, I just keep thinking about the way that these other guys did it. Sucks. we tried text with no boxes. I don't think it looked right. It was like it was out of containment. We could just do it, change it later. That way, it's like we didn't even try. I obviously wasn't trying, so you have to forgive it. So if we put little tabs attached to the bottom of the frame, it might look better and give us more space. You're talking to the bottom of this thing? The bottom of the container? Like, I'll do it and you tell me if this is what you meant. Like down here? Unfortunately, that's exactly how NanoBox did it. So I don't think that's the way we should do it. Yeah, it's exactly what they did. Because look at that. Then you get all the space that you want. You can do things up here. Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe it just needs to be low like that. Put it in the margin. Yeah, man, that's tough. They like I said, they didn't do it the wrong way. That might be a good way to do it, to just hang it as close like into the curve as possible. Let's get a let's do this. Yeah, let's do this one. I'm gonna say like G, so we can see a descender. Yeah, that should work. Because maybe just being close, like in prox to the bottom, will sort of like do what it's supposed to do. And we'll just catch that right there where the curve starts. And that'll be our line across. Yeah. Okay. Is anything in here unnecessary? Everything's unnecessary. Could anything be contained a little? This is a little floaty. This is definitely a little floaty. This thing, let's see what would happen if we, instead of have a loose indication of this stuff, what if we really nailed in where the flex box begins? So we're going to grab this, paste it, bring it over, and then lose the corner. Not all the corners, just that one. Hey, Krasner. So let's put this about that far off the charting. Doesn't look good. Okay. Tried a couple different colors. Now let's leave it alone. Yeah, ready. Okay, so there's one iteration of this. That's big. Like, that's very big. If you had 10 of these, because I have projects with 10, you know. So you have 10 hosts. You're scrolling for quite a bit. Let's see if we can get the same thing built out tinier. I don't think it can have a search box. This is the problem. Because you could easily have this one host with 10 components inside, and you need to show that relationship. You need to show it. So this has to be a drill-in system. And we can do things like collapsing and expanding, but my hope is to not do that too much. So let's say we're going to follow this exact same style, though, and then we're just going to try to make everything way tinier. So we're going to... I think there's a couple different ways we can do that. So we're going to keep the horizontal footprint because I don't think it makes sense to try to buy more space, like on the right. There's nothing we need another... Like if this weren't here, we'd almost be in more trouble with this not being here. Yeah, so we have 5 things we need to tile out. So let's just try to preserve as much vertical space as we can. Yes, so you can search down in and like have the parent open up. But I think search on something like this on a screen like this is going to introduce a lot of hard problems into it. So let's aim for that 90 pixel height. Let's see what we can get done here. We have to figure that out somewhere else. So if we want to do that, these need to be about half the height that they currently are. So if we preserve this, actually, let's get rid of these. For the component level, we could probably drop all the color. Probably, yeah. They definitely can indicate stuff, though. Like, they could be the health indicators. So if any of these things aren't within norms, they could be a way to, you know, get a heads up on that. If only I had kept those. Okay. So, oh, no, I don't want all that. Make this a little smaller because now it doesn't have to really compete. Distribute the spacing. That did nothing. And then we're going to just push all this in. At 10 pixels, it's legible. Okay, I'm just going to tuck it there. And we'll bring it down. Let's see if we, I think we should be able to still read that. Totally readable. Not like blown up humongous readable, but totally still reads. Okay. I think these can come down a little bit. I'm already liking this a little bit more. Okay, now this is the hard part. These are tiny enough where they could work, but we don't have enough space for them unless they get really tight. Let's try really tight. What does really tight look like? Give it maybe 5 pixels off the top. Tighten these guys right up, tuck them right in. Since it's so tight, probably go over here with this one. I think this is what we started with, but we were doing it in a lot more space. And then that's the CPU. So we'll have to move, let's move this group up. As the CPU can kind of live in its own thing over there. I think this might end up being like we have to legitimately like shorten up the data sets. Which is fine. There's nothing saying they have to be 30 pixels tall or whatever they are. Just half them. Because yeah, this is just, that's a mess now. Let's get super messy. It's already messy. Yeah, didn't that? So maybe, maybe we can fit it. It'll stay there, but not really. What is that? Let's look. Let's look. It should look fine. Good enough for government work. Yeah, but I think this is it. I think that there's something to this. Like, this little card already this whole left side of it feels awesome. Way better than this. Like way, way, way better. So this needs to shorten up. And the question is like, can we do it? Like, does it still read? So right now it's 30 pixels tall. Let's knock it in half. We should be able to half that. Like we really should. I don't see why not. So we'll move this down. We'll say this is the top of the grid. So that goes down 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We take these guys. These are easy. So we just drag them down. Those little dots though, I gotta have to tell a story because it's story time. I'm gonna have to do it. Sorry. There's no way to move those down and space them in. They'll break. So I'm gonna have to redo them. Who wants a story? What do you want the story to be about? Ask me a question. It's gonna be a long journey as we do this times 6 things or 5 things. Adobe is a $1 billion company. It's kind of crazy. Like, who would have thought? Little Adobe gotten so big. No, I really don't want to talk about that. Sorry, I don't care that much. I think it's crazy that they are facing what I would call actual consumer backlash at this point. There's people who I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were saying it's an elitist company that's anti-consumer, and I'm like a little confused about that, right? But I guess that's a sentiment, and people kind of feel that way about them. I don't. I feel like they have a right to make money. I think they're making a lot of money. I think that people like that are just getting into this stuff, maybe in the past 5 years or 6 years, and they see like the price tag on Illustrator or Photoshop or the Creative Suite, right, is about that price tag is about $700 a year, $600 a year to use it. And it's a SaaS model. So you pay every month. Every month that I use this program, I pay for it. They had a Black Friday sale though, and it was like, I should have bought it. I should have just like locked myself into that contract. It was like $20 a month on Black Friday. If you paid for a year. Anyways, that's their model. And their model used to be, we sell you a version. And let me tell you, that was worse. When you had to, like, when it was in the CC or pre-CC age, and you had to slap down like $800 a year for the new Photoshop or the new Illustrator. And then if you had, for every app that you had to do that. So essentially what you ended up doing was only paying for the ones that you used. And Adobe has such a huge catalog and such a huge offering that's silly because there's so many cool things in there. There really are. And you almost never use half of them, if not more. Like as a designer, I will maybe use 3 of their tools. I use like Photoshop, InDesign, Illustrator. But what's cool is I have Premiere and I have After Effects. If I want to use them, they're there. I think it's silly to me when people go after them and say like, oh, you guys are screwing consumers with this rental system. Like, no, that rental system is way cheaper. I remember when they first bundled CC, Creative Cloud. Not Creative Cloud. CC wasn't always Creative Cloud, was it? It was like Creative Bundling or something. I'd be curious. First version of CC, what did that bundle cost? I would imagine the total bundle was in probably $10,000, or like $5,000 or $6,000, and that's a price you would have paid every year. Because I know as a student, my cost for this is like 2007. My cost for Illustrator, Photoshop, InDesign, what they considered the what's my hand doing? This is how I remember things. The cost as a student when I was in college for the like sort of design tools, they called them. It was like $1,150, I think, maybe $1,500 as a student. So come on, these people that are complaining, they blow me away. Like that really just makes me just like, are you kidding? Like, do you want everything to be free? And that's sort of the problem is that companies come in and they compete in the market and they underprice. And they don't realize they're underpricing, but they totally are. And maybe they do realize it. Like, I'd be curious, when you look at a free tool, you should always question yourself, like, why is it free? And like, is there a VC backing them? How can they afford to do it for free? Because people got to eat. Servers got to be turned on. You got to pay for bandwidth. Even when you see something where you're like, oh, it's open source, you better figure out why. And you better figure out who's paying the bills. I just think, yeah. And I don't think Adobe's in any trouble. They're making so much money. They're innovating. I think some of the stuff that they put in as innovation is not like wise. They have walked the line of not overextending their company offering very well, in my opinion. So they haven't really built things, in my opinion, that take away from somebody else's income source. Google doesn't do that. Google will imagine being a user of Google, and it's like 2004, and you maybe use the search engine and maybe video.google or something like that. And then Google, and like you're a tech guy and you love Google. You're like, Google's the coolest company. And then like your tech product is email. Let's say your Hotmail, or like your like Squirrel Mail or something like that. Your thing is you're trying to develop impressive email. And then Google swings their massive $100 billion company at that time at the problem of email and invents Gmail. And then you're dicked. You're absolutely dicked because you're not going to be able to compete against that. And I think Google does that a lot. So does Facebook. They compete against their user base in weird ways. They really do. And it makes it like I don't have a lot of love for these companies anymore, because I think it's like they've become massive, and they just don't stop. They just don't stop. And they keep trying to become more and more massive. What are these things? They're going to go away. It was $50 on the table, though. Yeah. So I think, like, I don't know. I think there's kind of like a problem with some companies. I don't think Adobe is it. They are not even a $1 billion company. They're a $100 billion company now. And what I wish they would do sometimes is like focus in on things like, what do you call it? Like just general stability improvements, because something that I think they fail to take into account all the time is that like this is mission critical software. And if you're on a deadline and it's crashing, you're in deep, deep, deep crap. Okay, so Lewis, you looked it up. So CS6 was the last non-sub major release. The master collection was $7,900 individually and $2,600 as a bundle. There you go. There you go. I don't know why people see that and then like go crazy at $50 a month. I just don't get it. And I kind of do in the same vein. Let's take a look at this. We're gonna have to figure out the text. I think that works. I think that's definitely too bright at the top. Why did I brighten that? Go. Definitely works. Can we do that with the same setup with these like bright? Is that gonna like bring it back? It's probably too much. Yeah, Lewis, you can get something like Photoshop for $10 a month on its own. Used to be $1,000, and you're seeing the CS6 release. I'm curious what the CS like 2 or the CS1 was. I'm very curious because like they used to get crapped on for these things, but understand too, Adobe never took an aggressive stance on piracy, so they were kind of like they were okay. I'm sure they weren't okay, but they weren't doing things like other companies were doing that had software in that space. They weren't like there was companies like Maya, and Maya adopted a free model eventually. There were companies like Maya though that like they would fight this piracy so hard that like they'd shut companies down if you got caught. They do software. They were like a big contributor to this thing called the BSA, and they would go and shut companies down. They would do raw audits. You could report your company. Your company was pirating. You could report to them, and they would come in. They would take you to court and the whole shebang. Yes, we have Asbo. We have upgraded to the green screen. Slowly we'll be upgrading more and more, man. It's the plan. But like Adobe never really cared about pirating also. And I don't think that, but they still don't. Because they know you pirate it and then you find a way to pay for it when you can. So they want you to learn it. They want you to learn the software, not feel like you've got to, don't do that. That was a horrible design choice. Why did I do that? They don't want you to feel like you can't, get involved with it. And I think if Adobe wanted to like have a clean conscience, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but if they wanted to have like a clean, you can't really say anything to us now, suckers, approach, what they would do or what they could do is they could just sort of like make everything free with a watermark. So I could be working on this, then I hit save, and maybe it doesn't save over a certain resolution and throws a watermark on top of it. Make it naggy. Because I think their game is not, it's like their game is businesses. And they just throw a no commercial use thing on it or whatever, and then they just enforce from there. Maybe that would make everybody happy. I don't know. When they switched to SaaS, you started to pay for it because it was easier than pirating. Interesting. And you feel like with the submodel, they aren't focusing on businesses as their game anymore. Very possible. Yeah. Very possible. I mean, they have made so much money in the past few years. We just like a side. Like, so I think 5 years ago, they were on 80. Okay, we can just see. So yeah, 5 years ago would be 72. So they went from 72 to 303. Yeah, I would say that this is like doing well for them. For sure. $150 billion market cap. And so this is the time of Creative Suite right here. So from here, the peak, to the end of Creative Suite-ish, here-ish, the first sub offerings, they stagnated, but then start offering Creative Suite as a SaaS. Boom. That's probably good management too. I would imagine that's good management. Probably bought some companies in there. Crazy. 2013. Yeah, well, that's where it takes off, right there. So there's mid 2013 right there, and then look at the stock. Boom. The revenue like must have just started pouring in, man. Okay. Back to this. So I get this figured out. Yeah, it's all about that monthly money. Yeah. We're going to try this one with just the word max instead of 24-hour max. This is where it gets a little tough, though. It got tough in the other one. We started doing this. I wonder if you just incorporate it over here. Let's just make this one line. Nope. That blue is never going to work. I'm going to try it every single time. It's never going to work. Maybe. That maybe is doing it. Yeah, we can try that. All right. So we have a couple more of these to make. Just curious. This is the easy one. Just move it up. All right. And then, yeah, for this, we'll just like move it up and clip the bottom out. Oh, come on. All right, moment of truth. If this guy works, we are in the clear. So leave that line there. And then let's see how big that's going to be. 17 pixels. That was not what I thought it was going to be. Okay, and then just do the same thing. I guess we'll just clip it up. So that would go to the bottom of that. No, dang it. Down you go. Okay. Not bad. Now we'll get the min-max added to that. And then we'll try to give it equal spacing from the top. Or the equal spacing that the top has. Like 10 pixel pad. Yeah. Yeah. Did I get rid of that stupid box? I did. Hmm. I don't know. I think we got to do the other ones too before we'll have a good idea. Well, I think I could just drag in this one for network from over here. It's like collapsing a little too much. I don't know. Is it maybe you label out from the center on the micro ones? So then you'll get hard lines. And that might help things. You'll get like these sort of like perimeter lines. Yeah, I mean, it should not make sense to somebody, right? We'll just see. Yeah, I think that could work. Probably get just a little more space up. Okay, let's do the other two. Please work. I'm holding out for this. I'm really hoping this works because this would make everything easier to work with if it's smaller like this. Those dang nanobox guys, though, they really got it. They got it nailed with that little idea of just using boxes. I would love so much if they just like told me it's okay. It's okay. Use it. Just use it, man. Not a big deal. I wouldn't even ask. I've had people ask me that before, and I hate saying no. So I'm sometimes leave and say yes. It's like, well, they asked. They did ask. I hate that they did. It's very tight. Yeah, right. Like there could be worse things in the world. You could be being shown your portfolio. I don't like I don't know. I don't know like what this inspiration stuff where the line is sometimes. Dude, I will never get over that. I will never get over being shown stuff I'd worked on. That's like that's not the only case. This is like a thing. If you talk to like 10 people at 10 different companies that are involved in interviews or you're going to find at least like one of those 10 people. It's like, yep, I got that story. It might not be their work, but they all have the story. You can understand the design. You like it. This is not good. Like this is a clash right here, but it's getting there. So we should figure out what's not good about it. It might be the labels need to be on top, so we'll try that really quick. Asbo, yeah. A betting advertisement, yeah. That's like stuff I used to do for work, and I needed to throw an ad in because we're playing with the idea. I don't think we're going to, but we haven't taken it out yet. We were playing with this idea of doing the monetization as a ad based program. There we go. This looking a little better. So you would essentially, if you didn't pay for it, we would just show you ads until you did. Which is sort of like a funny thing, right? People complain about Adobe. Now, if I were using Adobe and like right up here was a thing I couldn't do anything about, but it was saying like, hey, guy, don't you like things? Don't you like cars and food and football things? Right? If that were doing that, but the rest of the app was free, I wonder if people would complain. I don't understand why people don't do it more often. And I've been trying to figure it out. We've talked about this for like a couple weeks now. Or yeah, like a week now. A couple weeks. It's like, why don't you see that more? Why don't you see desktop apps that operate that way? Where it's just like, yeah, it's free. You don't want to see ads? Okay. We'll get rid of them. It's going to cost you money. You have to buy it. I think that looks okay. It's very busy. Yeah, mobile games do it all the time, Krasner. Mobile games have that, like, you know, pay to get the ads away thing. You don't see it in desktop apps. I'm very curious why you don't. If we can take an $80 application, because we're kind of planning on making this $80 to do the deployments. So if we can take that and say like, no, it's not $80, it's free. But if you don't want to see whatever ad that we came up with over here in your face all day, then pay the $80, you know, because that helps support us. Because if not, one way or another, we're getting that money out of you. One way or another, it's coming out. We are going to make money off you. If it's not off your wallet, it's from your eyeballs. Because like you'd be surprised at how much you can get paid for ads. Like if you have like a CPM of, let's say it's a low CPM of like $3. So that means every 1,000, so you make $3 for every 1,000. $3 per 1,000 views. And you have a single user of MAGA. Let's say they use it 5 days a week. Let's say it's an 8-hour day. 8 hours a day. So that means that they put in about 40 hours of screen time. The app is designed to live up on the screen. And so we can assume that if they're working, it's up and it's sitting there and it's, you know, they're watching it or whatever, or they're deploying or whatever. So maybe there's 40 hours of total screen time, and then we can assume it's up there, but we'll just say half of that. So they get 20 hours of app view time. I don't know if that's accurate. Let's just base it off this. You can serve a new ad every, the IAC rec is like 240 seconds. So every 240 seconds you can refresh it and the advertisers don't care. So that's every 4 minutes. So in an hour, you can give out 15 ads. Is that right? That mathing right? Yeah. So 15 ads per hour. And then that means every week or every month you'll have 80 hours of ads served. Let me get a calc for that. So that's 1,200 impressions just from one user. And $3, I'm sorry, for CPM is garbage. It's like untargeted garbage rates. It's like what I get paid from Twitch. So yeah, 1,200 ad impressions. So that one user is going to make you $3 and some odd cents. So what's that? Maybe $3 and a fifth of 3. Oh, jeez. What is that even? Don't answer. You're not going to be in time. The calculator will beat you. I don't even know how to do that math. I'm just that smoked right now. 20% of times 3 plus 3. 6. So 360. So 360 per user per month. So if you get 100 people, let's say 1,000, you have a free app. Your app's free. There's no reason not to use it. So you have 1,000 people using it. Well, it's easy math. You're making $3,600 a month off an ad model every month. Like, I think we underestimate that, but ad models are sort of crazy. they're sort of like, they're sort of let you do things that you didn't think you could do. You know, look at Facebook. Look how much, I mean, Facebook made so much money off of ads that they internalized an ad network. They like made their own network because they wanted to scrape everything off the sides of that barrel. I mean, Google from day one was like was essentially, no, they weren't, right? Like Google started as a whatchamacallit, like a quasi infrastructure company, right? They were like selling hardware to sit in companies to do search and things of that nature. Is that right? They had like a Google box or something. And they're like, look, this is what we could do for you. And then they went down the ad route. And Krasner, you think it would be hard to make an enterprise with ads? And Nick Stock brought up that you think it's there's no good way to monitor their stats for ad rendering counts in desktop ads. That's actually the reason why things like AdSense are banned on desktop. They're not like banned. You can't use them there. They won't be happy if you use them there. So you can't use AdSense, but you can go through a private advertising network and sell the space. You can sell the eyeballs. So you can say like, we have space in an app that caters to developers, and we know the people are using it are developers. How much do you want to pay for it? You know, we get 1 million impressions per month or 1 million ad refreshes per month. How much do you want to pay for it? It's a possibility. I would love to do that. I think, you know, I would love that to be the model, because it makes it equal for people. It makes it so you don't have to be making money to use it. Man, I'm just not comfortable with whatever's going on with these guys yet. It's like, that's what I want here. Times 5 though. I don't think we can go horizontal with that unless we broke that up and got rid of the ad. We'd have just enough space probably to go horizontal. Something about that seems weird. I think we're just going to go with it. I'm going to move this guy off screen because I think that's clearly too much space. See you later. You were a good effort. Goodbye. Yes, Nick. That's my thought, man. That's my thought, is that the cloud companies become the advertisers. And we've been trying to look into like other ways to do it. So something we might do is like just talk with them and split revenue with them. Why can't I select that? Oh, it's locked up. So something we thought about that would be really smart would be like, why don't we just remain completely agnostic in this whole thing? And if we have a customer that deploys with us to like DigitalOcean, can't DigitalOcean cut us in for a little bit of that hosting bill, because they're probably going to do more because they're using our software than they would on their own, you know? There's also the thought of doing like just straight up We think your project would run describe your project. Okay, we think that would run the best on AWS. So here, if you don't have AWS, just click our link and we can get a referral fee for that. Now here's the big test of this little layout here. It's gotta have 10 things in it. Oh. That's not the reaction you want to have. Ugh. Oh, it's so hard to read. It is so hard to read that. Can we go smaller? Can we go even smaller? That might just be a spacing issue. Let me back out. Yeah, or do we just not even have ads and AWS, DigitalOcean, Vultr, whoever, just sort of pay us to keep the tool working? Like we just kind of ask for money to help the tool keep working and we open source the whole thing. That could be a possibility. I think that's sort of a spacing issue. Yeah. So the more spaced out it gets, that gets a little better, easier to read. These things are nuts over here, though. Like, it's nuts to try to show this many stats. These many stats. And I'm really curious, like, if we can do this any better. So we want a time series. The time series, I mean, like the way Nanobox did it was just so smart. They made it a health system, a green, yellow, red. Like there's your green, or green, orange, red. I don't think there was a yellow. And then look at how much they could compactly stack. But they don't have any other option here, right? You have no other option. This is like the only way you'd be able to pull this off is, that's got to be a 10 pixel box. And then this thing at the end is just brilliant. Like the gauge at the end. That's your current, right? What do we think that is? Like 10 pixels tall? 5 pixels tall? 5 pixels tall. Crazy. So 5 by 8 or 5 by 3. So it's 8 pixels tall for the entire element with margin. There's 4 of them. So they fit 4 stats in 32 pixels of height. They don't get a graph. They don't get this thing. Could we do that with the same style that we have started? Could we do that in 5 pixels? Because right now it's at 15. Let's give her a shot. We've got to go smaller. We're going to keep going smaller. Why are we moving this? You need this again? No. We're just going to take one and preserve it above it, I guess, for now. Okay, so let me just see. What would that get us if we could shave this thing, make it even closer? Could we do something where we're expressing the current CPU level a little bit differently? Maybe. So there's 140 of these items, I think, right across. That's the other question. Could we reduce the size of this just a little bit and get enough room to say like CPU? No, probably not. Could we get enough room to like two column it? I think that's a little scary to do. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what happens. So if why not side by side label then graph? Because the labels are so that's a good question, but because the labels can be this big. So when you start to like do that, you're gonna have a graph that's like way tiny next to it. Because you're probably going to want all of these to sort of be the same size, fit within the size of the text. And I guess you could make it so they're all like 3 letters. So you could say network could just be net. Disk could be like DSK. Yeah, I mean, you're only going to get down that. Maybe it's like 4 letters max. Yeah, maybe. Let's try 2 then. Let's do smaller graphs vertically. And then, yeah, okay. Net, DSK, CPU, RAM stuff. Let's do one underneath it that'll be like smaller labels, and then we'll go left, right. Because maybe the combination of these two is what gets us there. Because I'd love to have a like vertical graph that showed the current. Like, because we're doing that. We're showing a vertical graph here. And I'd love if like there was something that said like there's one here that's like 4 pixels wide, like double the width, that you knew was a gauge that was filling up to show you the CPU. So you didn't have, you can still say CPU 88%, but this one here is like, that's the current one. And likely it would be on the other side. So they just like slap that over here. At 88%. I mean, then, because then you can bring in the color. Because I think you've created enough separation. 88% is a red boy. But I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be tough. So let's try first iteration. How low can we go? How skinny can we make this? And let's do that while we're at it. We'll do the small labels and then that'll help with some spacing too. So can we pull it off? 6 pixels, 5 pixels? Let's see. Oh, gosh. Okay. Unreal. Like, can you even really afford to have this thing anymore? That's gone. We're going to start just with this. And I think if it doesn't work here, then no point in trying the other ones. I'm thinking right now, like, would there have been an easier way? Would there have been something I could have done here? Probably 9 scale slice scaling, 9 slice scaling would have done this. If I had set these up as instances, locked out the top part, and then allowed for that special type of scaling, we could have preserved this little thing on the top, made these bars taller. Dang it. Well, could do it right now. That makes sense. Hold on. How do you set this up? It's like you just do your one, this guy. And then this guy. Where are the guides? So it's going to do is going to put, or it should have put the slice guide on here. Where is it? Where you at, slice guide? There's usually a thing, like a little crisscross pattern here. Like, I wonder if I'm forgetting where it was. Let me look it up real quick. This is a blog post from 2007. This is an Adobe post from 2013 and 2017. Great. Oh, it's a freaking video? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. But yeah, it's supposed to be some weird thing like this. Did you read the manual about... Oh, this is horrible community professional support. Did you read the manual, you idiot? Great. Now we're on to LinkedIn Learning. Also a stupid video. Where are these things? That's what you're supposed to see, is this little like weird grid that drops down. Maybe it's there and I just don't see it because I got a pixel on. No. This is taking way longer than I thought it would. Show. No. Slices. Negative. That wasn't it. Maybe they just stealth took it out. That was it. I can do it one more time. What is it? Print tiling? No. Text. That's the easy way. That would have been the easy way. Ah! There it is. There we go. I don't even know what I just hit. Okay, so we're basically telling it, don't scale that. You can scale everything inside of here, but don't scale that. I think if we wanted to like make it a minimum of 1 pixel, there's like, what would we do there? Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, let's see if this works. Scale. Yeah. We need to get that 2 pixels wide. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So now we can make our grid thing here. Illustrator tricks, baby. Wish I had remembered how big I made that. That's okay, we'll do it. Grab this line. Just move it over. Sure. We should test this really quick to see if it works with instances like this. So that little trick of making it, to transform it. Yeah, it screws up. It screws it up. Why would it screw it up? Like, that's so funky. Unless it's just the preview screws up? No. It doesn't know what to do. I guess you could just tack that at the end. Okay. Well, it looks like it'll work, so... I really wish they, like, I knew why that doesn't do what it's supposed to do, unless it's maybe the bottom left. No. Okay. We'll just pixel lock it when it's done. We'll align it to the bottom. That should have gotten it. No, it didn't. It totally didn't. That's busted. If we pixel lock it again. Close enough. Close enough for what we're trying to do. So yeah, if we could fit 5 of these, I mean, you could really, which I think we can easily. Yeah, we got more than enough room. Then you can take this. What in tarnation is that? What is this? What? What? There's just boxes. There's just dotted line boxes on top of my artboard now. Come on. What would that be? Hide something. Something's got to hide. Print tiling? There we go. Okay. Save before crash. Yeah. I think that was a crash. I think that was just something I shouldn't have turned on. Save before crash. Oh, that was big enough to had to pop the save window open and everything. Save before crash. Hilarious. Oh. Okay. She didn't crash. Okay. So let me move this stuff off a little bit, but I think I'm starting to see a little bit of a light at the end of this tunnel here. Like, I don't think these are bad. I just think that is a ton of information. But they're not, like, specifically bad. And so essentially what we're doing is something similar to what the solution Nanobox came up with was, is that we're going to try to run these things down. The difference that we're going to try to maintain is that we're showing vertical graphs across, and we're doing the 15-minute resolution instead of kind of condensing it. So in terms of, like, do I feel okay with what we got here? I think so. And I'm wondering if maybe that 5 pixel could be extended a little bit. If we could say, make it the same height as this. So let's just pretend we have 5 things. Like, maybe it could just be the height of the letters. And we could spread these out a little bit more. Let's see where these land. And now I almost, like, I'm very tempted to give it a box as well. Just something to boundary it. We had come up with, there was like a color that I thought made a nice undercolor. I think it was just whatever that is. It's just 50% black. Okay. This just, they looked like they were working. They did not work out very well, these guys. Ooh. Okay, now I guess the question is going to be, does this read correctly when it gets in there? So we tuck it in, bring it to the front. So like, could you tell that this is whatever it's supposed to be? Like close to the top, close to the bottom. No, it's too short. You have no indication. It's so tiny. You just don't get a sense of scale. Out of these ones, you get a sense of scale, but they're also like 3 times as tall. Let me try to lock it down. And we'll see if maybe as like more of them line up, if it looks closer. But no, that's sort of like a little useless graph right there. Illustrator. The question becomes, like, do we go back to this thing? Because I bet it would read. I bet there's enough space here to get this to read. Try it. We're still gonna have to figure out this piece. So I'm just gonna stick a little guy right here. We're getting very close to uncomfortable here. Come to me, Rastafarian gradient. I need your power. I need your strength. Rasta gradients. Yeah, here we almost exclusively design with Rastafarian color scheme. Oh, that is very far off grid. Let me get it back on. We've come full circle. And why not just make it the same width at this point? Oh, it's totally working. Am I this stupid? Or this isn't a we thing. Why have I forsaken us? F. It totally looks fine. It can be bumped up, the value, so we'll do that. Why don't we just do this from the freaking get-go? I probably, going back in a stream, have said when we were designing that, this will look really good in the multi-design interface. Like this, when we're doing, one component at a time, we'll show all of these on top of each other. Jeez Louise. What I like about these graphs, like this one, is what I don't like about them is I'm a little worried what would happen in a spike. So I don't know if it would read. But what I like about them is that they're legible because of the color shifts. So as soon as you get a block of these things together, like you get an undefined shape that legibly reads a color. So you don't need to know what the spike looks like. You just need to know where it occurred, which is probably how Nanobox got to that conclusion of like they can just be squares. They can just be squares that indicate, you know, one of these colors. Yeah. I think we're good with this though. With our like Kwanzaa graphic here. Let's get rid of this stuff. Let's give this a little less important. Let's like right align it. Stick it 5 off. Bring it down. Yeah. Man. No, it's a we. You assumed a like it is not a we sometimes. I think like you should feel comfortable to bring that crap up and just push on me and say like, what are you doing? You got a perfectly good graph style. I think even that red was nice, whatever it is. Let's bring that down. Okay. So we reinforce on the right-hand side. We can reinforce that it's the CPU again. Let's see. Might want to give this a little more space than 2 pixels. Because this is so tiny, though, I don't think we're going to be able to get away with, like, everything's fine. That's all. We can try it. I guess we'll make this. Such a small amount of space to work with. And then we have the max of 100. I think we keep it like that. So down on this side. Yeah, we're going to have a lot more space to work with too. Look at all this. So we could probably tuck it in over here and just sort of figure out if we need to spread this out or not. We can even start getting this off the left side a little bit. Because we kind of went into this like, we need all the space. Give us like as much space as we can possibly use. Let's just tack that in. Nope, not like that. It's like, yeah, 10 pixels in. So it floats in a little bit. Becomes a little less visually heavy. And, oh man, that's just so silly. RAM. Swap. Network. Disk. Okay, we're going to try to sim this in. Because now, I guess, now that we see it, it looks good, but maybe it'll be stupid. And I think the resolution is going to be about twice whatever that is, too. Let's say RAM. It's like a shorter version of this. So we're just going to spread the gradient up. That's not the way. Why did it gradient draw like that? What has just happened? I feel like we just lost it for a second. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That looks dope. That looks like a really cool Linux. One of those Linux like process monitoring things you see on the sweetdesktops.com. That's not a website. Don't go there. It's what you see on sweetdesktops.com for all your sweet. Don't go there. It's probably not a site you should look at. It's just the internet. It's just the internet. So, do you remember like in the old school browsers or the old school like internet providers? I don't know if any of you guys are old enough to remember this. Like they when you went onto the World Wide Web, it was like, hold on, are you serious? Because they would have their own little contained network, like Netscape or AOL. And when you'd go onto the World Wide Web, it'd be like, hold up, it is crazy out there right now. Like in the 90s, it's just like, hold your horses. It's bananas. Do you really want to go out there? There are no search engines. You would just like, people would pass around websites like on freaking Post-it notes. You'd just be like, oh, what is this crazy thing? And you'd go and you look at it, you'd be like, oh man, I didn't really want to see that. Didn't want to see that. Nobody was regulating anything. It was just everything. Every piece of information ever. They had like who killed Kennedy on there. It was such an interesting time. So why did that just get lighter? Oh, it's because it's in front of this. Okay. I'm going to, again, I think swap is one of these operations that sort of spikes up. Dang it. I don't think I can select that. Okay, we'll just make another box back there after we're done doing this. So I'm just going to remove a couple of these groups. And then we'll move this over a little bit so it doesn't look like both the other graphs. Not like the other graphs. Okay, and like this. Why did you do it all at once? Unselect. Unselect. What is this? Is this thing just okay? Can I just not unselect things? There we go. Okay. That just put it right back to where it's, oh, come on. Trying to make it look a little more random. That's something too that I think is like a big trap you fall into when you design. I don't know about any of you guys, but like you don't randomize the data enough. So it like looks really good. And then you like have that rare case where it's like filled all the way up. And then we should do that. We should just do one of these where it's just filled all the way to the top the whole time. Disk. We'll say disk is like running out. Because I think network is going to look a lot like RAM. Which is going to sort of be like even lower than this. So we can just shrink it right down. There's going to be like this little murmur. But then disk, let's say you've got actual capacity. So we make sure we have the gradient selected and then draw the box. It's just going to be the whole thing filled right to the top. Oh, jeez. 50% opacity before we keep dragging that sucker. Design form. Yeah. Well, it's also, it's like randomize it enough. Randomize it enough so you have like a few different ideas of what it could look like. I don't think these spaced properly. Just looking. It's supposed to be 9 pixels in between. Just use the Rasta flag to space it out. It's supposed to be 9 pixels in between them. So we're going to want to make sure that's how much is in between them. It's just going to compound. Yeah, it's going to compound towards the end. This is also important. Because if we don't get this right, then you can say, yeah, it looks a little off balance. Yeah, this is going to need to get tucked up a little bit more. Just tuck everything up one pixel. You know, I hate this bottom one. Dang it. I hate it. I like the rest of them though. I think they kind of look, I don't know, like sort of the way I kind of envisioned it. The edge case is handled. I just don't think it looks right. Look at it. Look at that thing. This is a rainbow. And we'll probably want to do something over here to control this guy. Read the previous. Since you know the data is 100% full, you could always just do a single red line instead of the full gradient. So that would be something we'd have to apply across this whole thing. I totally agree. But I mean, like, what if it's that much, right? It's like 1 pixel short. You'd have to, you get to the point where like, okay, are you doing this gradient thing where it fills in depending on height, or are you using the height to calculate a color? So if you use the height to calculate a color, it becomes a lot different to read it. It becomes more like, I think we did it on stream, and we could show it. Let me just like a basic example. Which I mean we could do. Okay. So then these guys are in the green. These guys are red. And this guy's orange or yellow or something. So it ends up looking like this right across, where things just blink to the color. So maybe we could do it on this small series. So anytime we see red visible, we'll change it to red. Anytime we see a little bit of yellow or orange, we'll change it to orange. And the greens will have to go solid green. It ends up looking like that. Which is hard to read, I think. Harder to read. So what you're saying, though, that if it were like maxed out, I don't know. That's the edge case that's hard. And I'm not loving this part. But I gotta, this is the end of the day. We did not finish it yet again. We didn't even get that far in it. All day we could spend on this. All day we are spending on this. This might always just end up being a problem of like the second thing is never going to look right. And maybe it's because the data's all the same. I don't know. I'm going to really have to look into this tonight. What are alternatives for time-based data that aren't the way that Nanobox did it? Because this just becomes like, oh geez, this just becomes really hard to manage. This is just mess. It's just straight mess. All right. Well, I think I'm going to end it right there, guys. 8 o'clock. So I'll be streaming again tomorrow. And I would, if any of you guys want to, I don't know, think about this or whatever, well, why don't we do this? I'm going to take out, so that's the same as that, right? I'm going to take out these guys, and then I'm going to stick in this one. And mind you, we have another option, which is to not display the stats in time. So if we kind of figure out like, okay, this is not going to work with them in time unless we do it this other way. Is it important to have them in time? Could we just show the max? Is that something that we could do? And it just becomes all gauging, and you just show the maxes, and then like, I'm interested in seeing it. Then you open up a bigger graph, and it's centered to just one thing. That's an option too. But I'll take this. I'll stick it in Discord. I should probably stick the other one in Discord too from yesterday. Where are you saving? So desktop. What day are we on? 7. But there's a sort of the 3 ones we figured out, and then we had these ones, but they carry over from something else. So we're just going to leave those out for now and see if we can do anything better. Because, I mean, that really could be it, though, is that you pull these out, you turn them into gauges. You only focus on the current and the max over 24. Get rid of the time-based. And then these come... Then you can do things like this. You just say, like, I want to see the CPU. Click. We show you the CPU. We show you that graph. That's a question. And if anybody wants to think about it tonight and has any ideas, I'll be in Discord, so you can just hit me up and talk about it. Save this out to Discord. So just so if you guys want to mess with them or see the issues that we're running into, I'll put it in there. Don't know what's going on with that slide to deploy button. I had an idea. I just left it in. I think the idea I have was like, I'm trying to tell myself to make it do this when it goes from left to right. So you could grab it and be like a little kinetic action. So when you slide it, maybe like the circle bunches up on one side. I don't know what I'm thinking. Some elastic kind of thing. Let me make a new channel for this stuff too. We'll just call it MAGA Product Design. Where did I just put that? There we go. I'll send that over. But guys, thanks a lot for your help. I will be back tomorrow. I'm trying to get started a little bit earlier, but I know I keep saying that never happens. I'm trying. So have a good night. See you later.